we're live.
Test. Good morning. We appreciate your patience while we sorted ourselves through some technical difficulties this morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, as you have just seen, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock, and on the panel this morning are Carl Nipfel, Larry Clay, Sahir Bayat, and Yim Chan. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees who have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when the item is being called. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff who will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. And today, the Committee of Adjustment wishes to extend our support to Team Canada in their upcoming match this afternoon with Belgium. And we shall be watching or listening to progress of the game with interest. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever properties in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application, if substantially revised, in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after presentations are made. When all the speakers have spoken, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues which were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last hearing been confirmed by members?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, November the 9th.
Very good. Okay, then I'll look to panel, please, for a motion to adopt those minutes. Mr. Byatt, thank you. Seconded, Mr. Nipfel. All in favor, please, show of hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Thank you. And further, are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, then, we are ready now to begin our agenda, and we move to item number 1.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is anyone declaring an interest?
Pardon me.
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. We shall move to item number 1. (239) Russell Hill Road. On this application, the panel has before it the following communication. Plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, all those materials submitted by the applicant. There is a revised zoning notice, November. There's a diagrammatic plumbing plan for the pool house. An arborist report, November. Pool house details, November. Pool seating area detail, November. There is email correspondence from City Planning, Urban Forestry, Transportation Services. And there is support correspondence from Tanya Gelway, no address provided, from Paul Lexier on behalf of the South Hill Homeowners Association on the 21st of November in support, and that superseded his correspondence of the 16th of November in which he had requested deferral. 249 Russell Hill, and there are 14 form letters in support signed by the owners and occupants of 620, 3444 Warren Road, 72 Clarendon Ave, 230, 233, 236, 240, 243, 244, 249, 251, 255, and 210 Russell Hill. There is opposition correspondence from the following: 229 Russell Hill, 229 Russell Hill, 252, 248 Russell Hill, 40 Warren Road, 235 Russell Hill, 251 Russell Hill, and as I mentioned, there's a superseded letter from the 16th of November from the South Hill homeowners. Okay then. Moderator, do we have the agent with us, please?
Yes, I am here. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you, sorry.
Andy, can you just speak? We're having, there's a bit of echo on your end.
My name is Andy Verhill. I'm the agent and applicant for this property. I'm representing Marlon and Aaron Paisley, the owners of 239 Russell Hill Road.
Okay, Andy, just so you know, through no fault of yours, we are having some, there's some distortion of your voice. It's a bit cloudy and muted, so you'll need to speak a little more slowly, perhaps, than you might otherwise do. Okay, very good. Now, there are a number
Chairman, could I raise a question before we go further in case it results in a deferral?
Go ahead.
I understand that I gather it was not a mistake on the part of the applicant, but the variance number 1, which refers to 60% soft landscaping, I gather that's incorrect in the added material, and that the real amount is 52% instead of 60%. I know that the change is available online, but because of the change, are we able to proceed, or do we have to recirculate?
Well, I think because the change is less onerous, we don't need to recirculate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the area of the front yard, the 70.6 square meters, that doesn't change. Is that correct? And perhaps the agent can speak to that.
So that is exactly correct. We presented 70.6 square meters of soft landscaping as part of our landscape calculations.
And what percentage does that represent?
So as it's being brought to our attention, it's 52% of the overall.
Okay then, so we'll amend the notice from 60 to 52, and panel, just for your information, the figure we are dealing with is officially 52%. Okay. Mr. Verhill, you have 5 minutes to present the thrust of your application to the panel. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is, as I said, I'm Andy Verhill. I'm the agent applicant for this property. My clients, Marlon and Aaron Paisley, are the owners of 239 Russell Hill Road and have lived there since 2015 with their 5-year-old daughter. Since the purchase of this fine property, they have worked diligently in renovating the interior to suit their way of life while preserving the historical character of this impressive home. They have also improved the exterior quality of the elevation, improving the street appeal and the overall neighborhood of this area. Just as the interior needed to be modified to accommodate their way of life, so does the exterior yards, the driveway, the landscaping also require certain amounts of renovation to make the property more efficient for their needs as well as safer for their use. The property is 19.8 meters in width, thus making it eligible for 2 points of access to the same street, according to the bylaw. Because Russell Hill Road is a fast-moving one-way street, we feel that it is important to have a circular driveway, which makes the departure and arrival to the site much safer, since this increases the driver's visibility to oncoming traffic. This hazard is further enhanced by street parking along the east side of the street, as well as the slope of the road. The hazard is increased in winter months with bounds of snow. So this notion of a circular driveway is not a new thing to this area, and there is lots of residential precedents for this. 251, 230, and 210 Russell Hill Road are some examples, just to name a few. We have proposed a 3-meter wide width for the circular driveway, and this is based on the existing driveway width, which is located along the north end of the property. We also chose this as a minimum width to allow for as much landscaping as possible. So there's an existing brick garage in the back of the house. It was originally designed for a horse-drawn carriage, and it is very tight clearances to maneuver for modern-day vehicles. This makes access, entry, and driving and parking much more difficult. Most often, the owners must back out of this garage and back up along the tight driveway, thus backing out onto this busy street. This has proven to be a significant hazard, as previously mentioned. A parking space in the front yard would help to minimize this daily hazard. The Pixies are not asking for anything more than what many of their neighbors have on sites that are not even as wide as their property. Their property is 19.8 meters wide. 254, 253, and 240 Russell Hill Road all have front yard parking spaces, and many of the houses along the street have double width driveways accommodating several vehicles. So for over a year and a few months, we have been cooperating diligently with urban forestries and transportation management to produce this proposal, which has been approved by both departments and it sits before you right now. The driveway is located along the south property line so that we only must remove one boulevard tree. We were very diligent in keeping the indigenous and existing planting where it is. The parking space is located in the south of the house, which will allow as much planting to be located in the front of the property. We are removing landscape area, which is in the form of softscaping, which is in the form of a lawn, but we are replacing this with more trees, garden areas, and shrubs, small trees and plants, thus adding to the landscape elevation of the street and thus the character of the neighborhood. This community planning has no objection to our scheme. Our 45% of front yard landscaping, which we had said, but now it's 52% being soft landscaping, the area has been approved by urban forestries, while the curb cuts have been approved by transportation management. And we are asking for minor variances for these percentages, as well as having a parking space in the front yard. We believe that our front yard design will preserve the forest-like environment of the South Hill neighborhood. So with this same intent in mind,
I'll ask you now to make your closing comments, please.
Okay, so we've designed the backyard in the same sense. We've tried to protect the large tree with urban forestry, so that's why we've moved the pool house, and the pool and the seating area is far away from this tree, which is put it up against the property boundaries, which is, unfortunately, we'd have to ask for a minor variance for side yard setbacks for the building and the eaves. The general intent of our proposition, so the existing backyard hardscaping puts us already at only a 46%.
Your time is up now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, panel members, we have actually 6 or 7 speakers registered standing by to speak on this application, some in support, some in opposition. So do you want to ask questions now of the applicant, or shall we wait till we have heard from the speakers? Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. Variance number 1 has been changed to 52%, I believe. Variance number 3, I think, also has to change just before we get into the discussion. It's the same measurement. It says 60% there. It should say 52% there as well, I think. Perhaps the applicant can confirm that.
Applicant, question to you.
Yes, that is the correct percentage for soft landscaping.
Through you, Mr.
Just a
Chair,
second.
I just want to note that I am looking at the revised zoning review that was submitted, and the zoning examiner does indicate 60%. But, I mean, as long as the applicant is willing to change that to 52% at 70.6 square meters, I mean, typically we go by what the zoning review identifies. So it may come to light that if this application is approved, final and binding, that the zoning examiner may just refer to what they originally issued as the 60%. I just want to put that on public record, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Okay, then applicant, just to confirm with you one more time, the figures which the committee is going to be considering for numbers 1 and 3, the figure is 52% that you are asking us to consider, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay then, moderator, first speaker, standing by.
Marlon, you've been unmuted.
No.
Okay, this is the owner speaking. Am I correct?
Yes, I am the owner of 239 Russell Hill Road.
Okay, what was not the agent speaking on your behalf? Because basically between the owner and the agent, there's a 5-minute time limit. So your agent has
correct.
already spoken for you.
That's correct.
Okay then. Let's go on then to the first registered speaker.
Peter, you've been unmuted.
Okay, is this for me, Peter McGraw?
Okay, good morning, Peter. Peter, your
I'll
voice
go
is
quick because I got 5 minutes. Can you hear me okay?
yeah, your voice is slightly faint. So just perhaps speak
I'll
up
try.
a touch louder.
Okay, I will try. So tell me when the 5 minutes starts.
Let's begin the 5 minutes now.
Okay, so just to be clear, by the way, is it 52% has to be changed on 2 of the bylaws or 1? Because I wasn't clear on that. I just knew it had to change on 1 spot, but is it 2?
It's changing on numbers 1, minor variance number 1 and number 3
Okay,
request.
3. So one thing is, and I think another speaker will talk about asking for a deferral. Marlon had walked around to all of our neighbors and showed them these bylaws showing 60% on both of those. And a lot of people, rather than writing proactively writing support, they just signed off on it, just saying, I don't object to this, or I approve. I can't remember the exact wording, but they were showing incorrect statistics. And by the time they corrected this on the public site, that was probably like 4 or 5 days ago. People had already signed this. A lot of people don't actually look at the public site. And then further, even though it was on the public site, your public site was down for the last 3 days. So I couldn't even go on this morning and go through all the objection letters and everything like that to be properly prepared for this, just so you know. I also want to say that a number of people that are quoted as approving this, that's totally wrong. If you actually look through the approvals that were uploaded by Marlon Paisley or his agent, about 4 or 5 of them have rescinded their approval. 251 Russell Road is rescinded, 44 Warren Road, 246, 249, and the Deanos, I don't know their number. I think they're going to speak as well, or maybe they're just listening. They've rescinded as well. And I know that these groups have rescinded because when I talked to them personally and they realized the scope of the work, they didn't think it was, they thought these were kind of minor variances to the bylaw. And they realized that we weren't going to go to the minimum 75%, but blowing past that and going to 52%, that it was a major change that they were asking for in the front yard, let alone the backyard. I also want to look, as you see on the display there, one unique feature about this driveway. Do you notice how the paving, like, first of all, why, by the way, why they noticed the 52% was off? Because when I talked to the examiner myself, I said, how is the paving just 50 or 60%? It looks more like 25% to me. And he explained that paving actually can qualify as long as it's, you know, you're walking from your parking pad, and that can be included. But anyways, looking at that picture, do you notice how the driveway goes from one side of the property line all the way to the other side? There's no greenery separating the Paisleys' driveway from the adjoining driveway, and no greenery separating my driveway from, or my lawn from his driveway. This is the only house on the street that will have paving going from one side of the boundary to the other, and it's a wide lot. So that's really a big precedent here. If you see all of the other circular drives on our street, they all have some greenery separating their circular drive from their neighbors. This is going to be pavement from one side to the other. So just as a more general statement, I'd say what really worries me about this whole project is South Hill, and I don't know how many of the people on the committee know South Hill or whether you specialize in that, but South Hill is known for its greenery. And it's not just for the enjoyment of the residents. It's also, we have so many people that walk through our neighborhood and enjoy the old houses and the beautiful trees and the greenery and whatnot. And although the Paisleys have done a great job in keeping the character of their old home, what they're doing on their outside is turning the front into a parking lot, essentially. It's totally different. You know, this percentage is much well beyond what the other circular drives are using up on the street. That just is so out of character with South Hill.
I must ask you now to make your final comments, please.
Yeah. So anyways, final comment is just way too much paving and way too much hardscaping and whatever you call it on both the front and back. And I'm also very concerned about the backyard trees. They're historic oak tree back there. There's too many structures around it. I'm very concerned about the amount of paving on that's going to cause damage to that tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. And as I listened to you, I was rethinking my own statement of a few minutes ago, and I realize now that the change from 60 to 52 is actually making the minor variance more onerous, not less so. So I apologize, first of all, for that mistake that I made earlier. That being the case, I'd like to, I'm going to consult with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to see if recirculation is in fact the proper way to proceed here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, it's still 70.6 square meters of area. So even if we didn't include the percentages, it's still remaining as 70.6 square meters.
The area stays the same, but my concern
Yes.
is that members of the public would be thinking in terms of the percentages rather than the meters.
Well, both have been provided, so that is what was on the public hearing notice.
52 or 60?
Both the percentage and the square meters was included in the public hearing notice.
Okay, this is the crux of it, though. Wasn't the percentage figure on the public notice incorrect
It was
at 60?
60%
Yeah.
because it was based on the zoning review that was submitted. However, we provide both the percentage and the square meters, and in this case, the area of 70.6 square meters is not changing. So I leave it to the committee to decide on whether or not you feel it's
Okay,
just
I'm
to.
gonna-
I'm in a position that it's not an automatic deferral.
Okay.
Because we have provided both figures based on the zoning review. However, I leave it in the hands of committee to decide whether or not you wish to defer.
Thank you. And moderator, I'm going to ask you to hold your speakers just for a moment while we take this matter as a panel into committee for discussion. So panel members, we're in committee now. Let's go ahead first with Yim, Ms. Chan, and then Larry to follow.
Yes, my opinion is that even myself, if usually it's very difficult for the public to say, to compare both of the 52%, the 60%, and then they look at the area. It's very difficult for them to actually see there's no change. And I think it's a little bit confusing. And I do not agree that everybody sees it the way it meant to. And I think that it should be deferred
Thank you.
this case.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understood the discussion earlier, 60 isn't wrong because that is what the zoning examiner decided. So if the variances were to remain at 60% and with the square meters that are noted, I gather that's correct in the zoning examiner's opinion. So my question would be, looking at the easiest solution to this, is there any downside to, maybe this question is to Sabrina, in just leaving the 60% at 60% because it does agree with the zoning examiner and proceeding with 60%? Because if we don't have to defer this, great. But if clearly if the public is confused, we should defer it. But as I understood earlier, 60% would be correct as well. So perhaps we could just leave it at 60%.
Let's see what other panel members
propose that.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for clarification, the revised zoning review, and we can put it up on the screen now. Variance number 1, the zoning examiner has indicated 52% at 70.6 square meters. However, if we look at variance number 3, it's still stating 60% at 70.6 square meters. So I'm not sure if this was, and it's presented on the screen right now for everyone to see, and it's highlighted in yellow. So I'm not certain if this just was an error, that variance number 3 also should have been changed to 52%, or if it's indeed 60% and not 52%.
Thank you. Other comments, Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I'll just weigh in here. I think my own view is I think this could proceed. I think the deficit in landscaping is such that it's attracted the attention of those who have raised concerns. I don't really think that the 8% would make a significant difference to whether people would approve or disapprove. And I think Sabrina is very well clarified what the situation is. We've got people lined up to speak. I think it would be in everyone's interest to allow this to proceed.
Let me put this question to the panel. Would the panel want to, I think that the applicant should be spoken to here once again and asked at what number, because we've already asked the applicant where he wants it to stand, and he said 52. Should we ask the applicant again whether he wants it to show 52 or 60? Does that need to happen? Not really? Nobody's thinking it does, no?
No, I think, frankly, Chair, I think Sabrina's clarified it,
Okay.
at least to my satisfaction, and I'm pretty sure that the folks that are waiting to speak to us, if they have a major concern about that, they can reflect that, but I think we should proceed.
Very good. Mr. Byatt, your comment, please.
To concur with Mr. Clay, I think and just the general discussion we've had thus far is an indication to everybody listening. They now have a sense of what these percentages mean or don't mean. Okay. So I think the opinions of folks in opposition is not going to fundamentally change. It may change some of those that were previously in support. But I think the application could proceed and let the chips fall where they may.
Let's take that. I take that then as our guidance on this internally. Ms. Chan.
I just want to add, but then it's still confusing to me which one is correct then, the 60 or the 52. Well, we just ignore it, or I-
For clarity, the way it stands at
I'm
this
not too
moment
sure.
is that the applicant has agreed to change it to 52. Or has the applicant has directed we change it to 52.
So 52 is equivalent to the area. It's not the 60, right? The 60 is a mistake then, we can say.
The area is
I just
correct.
want to be clear.
The area shown is correct. The percentage is what we're talking about. And the
The
area
percentage
shown,
60 is incorrect. It's 52 is the correct percentage. Is that what we're starting from? Yeah.
yes, so that's where we stand. Let's go back then to because I think we can go back now to the list of speakers and begin to hear their valuable comments. So, moderator.
Mark, you've been unmuted.
Hello, thank you very much. I hate to rehash this whole idea of the 52 versus 60. I've worked in a scientific field my whole life, and I couldn't tell you what 70.6 square meters means. But I do know that if you're required to have a minimum of 75% and you drop it to 52%, that is dramatic. You have roughly 1/3 less than the required minimum. And that required minimum there is there for good reason. Hard surface is highly objectionable from an environmental point of view. It contributes to stormwater runoff. There's many reasons why this is in the bylaw, and I don't think it should be ignored. Greenery contributes to removal of CO2 from the atmosphere and is a positive thing. So, they've already cut down on the amount of greenery that was there when they took possession of the house. So there's also a loss of street parking. There's going to be one spot out of 4 removed. And that is an issue for the cyclists that go down the cycle path the other side of the street. It's a non-protected cycle path. It's downhill. Cyclists travel at speed. And what happens is when there's not enough parking on the east side of the street, people park on the west, blocking the cycling route, and cyclists have to veer out into the main traffic. So that's a hazard. And it's also a loss of parking space in an area where there isn't a lot of parking if people come to visit us. And it's difficult for them to find a spot to park. Also, regarding the tree in the backyard, my understanding is that tree roots in general normally extend as far as the branches of the tree. This is an immense tree in the backyard. The roots are probably covering half the area of the backyard. And when you have the construction for the pool, it is likely to severely impact that tree. The assessment, my understanding is that the assessment that was done by the tree person from the city was not based on the fact that there were going to be plumbing and pipes running back and forth. So the roots are likely to be negatively impacted by compaction of the soil for the construction that is underway, by digging, and possibly just by the general lack of care that often happens when you have construction people who are, not centered on tree preservation. So I also wanted to point out that the applicant is required to post a prominent notice. I brought this to the attention of your technician, and the notice that they posted was on a window of the house facing southwest. It wasn't at the front of the property. And with glasses, my eyesight is 20/20. I could not see any part of that sign except for the word notice at the top. It is not legible, and with all these changes, people passing by are not fully aware of the situation. So I would have suggested that at minimum it be deferred and preferably rejected. Thank you for
very much.
considering that viewpoint.
Panel members, questions for this speaker? Hearing none, let's proceed, moderator, to the next.
Benjamin, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Benjamin Rubin. We live at the 229 Russell Hill Road, which is a few doors down from the applicant. My understanding is the question is whether the variances are minor, whether they are appropriate to the development in the neighborhood, whether they meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning code bylaws or official plan. And I believe that at least for variances 1, 2, 3, and 7, which are the ones concerning the front yard parking, the circular driveway and the paving, and the reduction of the soft landscaping from a required minimum of 75% to just 52%, they do not meet any of these. First of all, as the previous speaker has noted, this is not minor. To go, if it went from 75% to 72%, that's minor. If it went from 75% to 65%, maybe that's minor. But 75% to 52% is not minor. The second variance, which is not minor, is number 2, which says, the bylaw says you may not have a parking space on your front yard. And this is not, it's not a minor variance to say, I am putting a parking space on my front yard. So the owner has made the argument that it's about safety to have a circular driveway, which is one aspect of the proposal. But in addition to a circular driveway and a whole driveway that runs across the north side, he also wants to put along the entire south side a big parking spot, supposedly for backing up or parking so he doesn't have to go down the thing. That is not, that's not a safety issue. And if you would just eliminate that parking pad, it would go a long way towards meeting the soft landscaping while still giving him his circular driveway. We had the same problem with the neighbor across the street, and when we raised these objections that overpaving, which loss of stormwater absorption, urban heat island effect, and loss of green space, the architect said, fine, we can change the circular driveway, eliminate the parking pad, make the driveway narrower, and he'll still get a circular driveway and it'll meet the 75%. And I believe that's the same thing here. If he wants to make a 3-point turn, he can do it down the north side, which is existing paved, and make the driveway narrower and adjust to the rules that everybody else applies by. By the way, if there is a concern about backing into traffic, I have a single driveway, and what I have done is when I come home at the end of the day, I back into my driveway. That way, in the morning, when it's busy, Russell Hill is only busy in the morning because it's a one-way street going south. I'm able to proceed, nose first into the traffic. So if it's strictly a matter of traffic, he can back into the driveway. He doesn't need a parking space and a driveway and paving over so that there's only 52% soft landscaping when the rule requires 75%. And this is a very bad precedent for the neighborhood. The people across the street did modify their plan, and I'm strongly suggesting that he modify his plan to meet the 75% rule and eliminate the extra parking space, which is not just a minor variance, but completely avoiding the bylaw, which says you're not allowed to have a parking space. And for all those reasons, and for the environmental impact and in terms of urban heat island effect and stormwater absorption loss, I would urge that at least on these 4 variances, they be rejected.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? We move on to the next speaker.
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Hello, committee. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Your voice is faint. Please speak up.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much.
Could you state your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Michael Yakubovich.
Michael, could you give us your address, please?
Yes, my address is 178 Crawford Street.
And where is Crawford in relationship to the subject property?
It's southwest in the city of Toronto. I'm not immediately adjacent. I just had an interest in this hearing. I'm a former lawyer who's appeared in front of the committee before, and I have an existing relationship with the homeowner, so I was here just as, I guess, an observer, but I'm happy to say a couple of quick words
Go ahead.
for the committee. So I just want to say, generally speaking, I had examined the application and done a little bit of research in terms of the neighborhood characteristics. And just want to say a few things. Number one, the issue of the reduction in landscaped open space. Well, obviously that's up to the committee to decide if that's a minor variance. I will say the merits of the opposition, I think, are vastly overstating the reality. Specifically, the pointing to the issue of creating a heat sink in this neighborhood, I think, is simply not reality. That's something that is much more applicable in dense urban environments where there's virtually no landscaping. And I think this is a situation where the setback on the property still ensures plenty of landscaped open space. Furthermore, pointing to things like carbon dioxide emissions, the landscaped open space itself is grass, which does not have a significant effect on CO2. And worth pointing out that the applicant is working extremely hard to maintain the tree in the backyard, which has a much more significant impact in terms of real environmental issues and CO2 removal. Additionally, just to mention, I am a cyclist and I ride on Russell Hill Road, so I'm interested from that perspective. And I would say, though one of the prior speakers tried to say that the removal of a street parking space would significantly impact cyclists, I would actually say it will have the opposite effect, that Mr. Paisley will not be required to park his vehicle on the street and can put his vehicle on his own property, which will obviously, open up the road and the cycling path for use. So I think phrasing it as a detrimental effect is misleading at best. So the other thing I'd like to point out is, if you look at the character of the neighborhood, these changes are very much in line with many dozens of existing homes that have circular driveways, that have existing parking pads, that have pools that are far larger than the one that Mr. Paisley is proposing. And again, the location of that pool room, the mechanical structure, is entirely predicated on trying to maintain that tree in the backyard and not have to force its removal. So overall, I think if you look at the impact on the neighborhood because of these potential minor variances, I think I would say the impact on neighbors and the neighborhood as a whole is extremely minor, if anything, and fits firmly within the character of the neighborhood. I'll also end by saying, pointing out that the committee cannot grant a parking space as a minor variance, I think is standing in the committee's way of their right to make a decision on what is minor. And it's my understanding that the Committee of Adjustment has granted additional parking spaces as minor variances in the past. So saying you're going from no parking space to one parking space and therefore it cannot be minor, again, is I think an incorrect reading of what a minor variance
I'll
is.
ask you for your final comment now, please.
Overall, I just want to say that I think the applicant has worked extremely hard with the City of Toronto Forestry and with its neighbors to ensure that the application is minor in nature and is appropriate within the neighborhood. And I support the application for those reasons.
Thank you. Panel members, questions? Hearing none, let's move, moderator, please, to the next speaker.
Carly, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carly Peekov. I am an owner of 236 Russell Hill Road. I wanted to take a few moments to support the applicant in their proposal. The circular driveway, only asking for a minimal reduction in front yard landscape, will be very beneficial in the safety of children, bikers, and many other pedestrians in the neighborhood, which has been brought up by some of the other supporters. As many of you know, morning traffic is extremely heavy with cars flying down Russell Hill Road, as well as bikers, and backing out of the driveway on this street is an extremely concerning safety hazard. I think that what 239 Russell Hill Road is asking for is very reasonable, and the safety aspect outweighs any other concerns that the neighbors may have. So that leads me to believe that the variance is quite minor.
Thank you very much. Panel members? Questions? No? Moderator?
We're missing Jordy at the moment. I'm going to try to get in contact with him. However, Marlene Borens is available.
Very good.
I can. Hello, Mrs. Borens had to leave, and her comment was similar to the last
Could you state your name, please?
I'm Andrew Borens, her husband.
Very good. Go ahead.
Okay. The comments we would make would more or less echo the others that are in support of the project, that we don't feel it is a detriment to the neighborhood and should properly be approved. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Jared, could we get Mr. Boren's address?
210 Russell Hill Road.
Thank you.
Okay, then. So we'll just give the moderator a moment here. There are still 2 speakers showing on our list as pre-registered. We'll see if he can raise them.
Through
Just
you,
going
Mr.
to
Chair,
wait a
we're
moment
just-
longer here to see if we can
Yeah,
connect.
through you, Mr. Chair, we're just making calls to
Yes.
Jordy and Marco.
Very good.
Marco, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Marco Diano here from 240 Russell Hill Road.
Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't realize I was speaking today. I didn't realize I registered. However, originally, when I had sent our family's approval for the project for the Paisley family, I had then rescinded the application. However, getting further information yesterday, our position is one that if we are within the tolerances, the applicable tolerances of the project, whether it's 52%, 60 or 65, whatever that number is, I mean, in our opinion, in our family's opinion, we are supporting the project if it means, we can work within the tolerances of those numbers. If we look at it mathematically, a 23% delta is a lot. However, what would be required to close that gap? Is it one more tree? Is it more grass? Is it shrubbery? That's our only concern. As long as we're within the confines and within the tolerances that are acceptable for this project, we are in support of it. We just wanted to ensure that we are within those acceptable tolerances, that the project falls within those acceptable tolerances, and if that's the case, we're happy for it. If it's an excessive amount, then we would ask that it be revisited to ensure that it falls within those parameters, and that's our position on the project from neighbors across the street.
Thank you very much. I see a question for you, Ms. Chan.
Yes, can you just confirm that I'm a bit confused of your parameter, your tolerable parameter. So are you talking about you can accept 52% as proposed? That's what we have now. It's been proposed 52%.
I'm not the specialist. If that's the number, if that's been done in the past, in previous projects or in previous situations that are in a similar position, and the city permitted it, then if 52% is the number, and the environmental impact, that sounds like it's a big concern, is accepted by the city, then if 52 is the number, then it's the number. But if it has to be 60 or 65, then I guess we would ask that it be revisited. And as I mentioned, if that means planting additional greenery, shrubbery, grass, whatever that might be, then we're in support of it. As long as it falls within whatever the committee deems is the minimum required number.
Oh, the required is 75%, but that's not why we determine it. Now, the city requires 75%, and they are deficient of the landscaping, and that's why we are all here to decide whether it's a minor variance.
Okay, I understand if it's 75. I do understand it's 75%, but I mean, what's been done, in other situations, has 60 been approved? Has 65 been approved? That's my only position.
Very good. Now, I think just for so you understand, in terms of actually being closer to what the bylaw says, 65 is closer than 52, and 62.
Correct.
So just so we're clear. Very good. I think we understand your position, and thank you very much for that. Okay, then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go now back to the moderator to check if Jordy has been raised or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we were unable to establish connection with Jordy.
Very good. Thank you for trying, moderator. We have been unable to establish contact with Jordy Mecklinger after repeated attempts. So at this stage, we are going back to the applicant, the agent for the applicant, for an opportunity for that person to rebut the things that have been, the points that have been made by those in opposition, and we'll ask the agent to confine that rebuttal to specifically those items that were raised by speakers in opposition. Agent?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about the backyard. We've worked with urban forestries for over a year, and this is probably our fourth or fifth scheme that we have presented. And this backyard scheme has been approved by urban forestries. We're minimally within the tree protection zone, so we're trying to protect the large oak tree, which I think you'll all agree will add the major character and feature to this neighborhood, as well as CO2 and cooling and humidity and all that kind of stuff. This is why we've pushed all the constructions as far away from the tree protection zone as possible. We are using direct drilling for the plumbing that was brought up in the 11th hour by one of the neighbors. So Urban Forestries has approved that. We're using a permavoid system for the seating area, which will have minimal impact and damage to the roots. So, I mean, and there 41 has a much larger swimming pool than what we're proposing. Regarding the front yard, we have worked with transportation management. We have removed the south 4-meter radius so that another parking space could be accommodated on the street. And this was brought up again by our neighbor to the south. We have moved parking space behind a screen of greenery. So we are adding 2 trees to the boulevard in the right-of-way. We are removing a lawn and improving the front site by adding a garden with shrubs and trees, which will screen the parking space. If it comes to a question of percentages, we've looked at our hard, soft landscape coefficients and percentages, and we can accommodate more than 52% if that'll sweeten the deal for everyone. Like the new entryway, there's a pathway where we can put, we can minimize that entrance to the staircase, as well as there's a bit of a pad for a window opening to the north. So we can just put that, extend the gardens to make that bigger so that we were able to increase the area more so that 60% is achieved. If that's the number that will appease everyone, as opposed to the actual square footage of greenery that we're adding. We're removing a green lawn and putting gardens and trees. So what else is the cycling transportation has reviewed and approved this. So in terms of parking, in terms of cyclists and circulation, all of that has been accommodated, reviewed, and approved. I think that let me just check my notes here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that addresses the specific issues that arose. And again, we're not asking for anything than what most of the neighbors have. There are many circular drive. Well, there are several circular drives and many parking spaces that are less conspicuous than what we're presenting here.
Let's see if the panel have any questions for you, but begin with Ms. Chan. Go ahead, Ms. Chan, followed by Mr.
I have one question.
Nipfel.
There's an email from transportation mentioning that they would like to have a condition. It's page 40. If the staff can bring up, it's page 34 in our presentation, in our material. That's the email from
Is it the curved radius for our opening?
Yeah, the transportation email is mentioned that it's got to do with restoring or removing.
Yes.
Yes, that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
so I just want to know, has that been done, or can we put that as a condition?
That is a condition. Yes, we are approved that, and we put that into our scheme.
Okay, so the second question is, are these all permeable pavers you're going to use in these paved areas?
We can look at that.
Applicant, we need to know. The committee is about to consider your application, so tell us your intention with respect to the pavers.
Yes, we will look at permeable pavers for the driveway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Niffel's next, then Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask about permeable pavers as well, so I'm glad to hear that the new paving will be permeable. The parking space you said is screened with planting, but in fact it's at the end of a driveway, so it's actually it's not clearly screened. You can still look down the driveway and see it. I'm not clear about your question about increasing landscaping. As I look at the site plan, and I'm wondering if the site plan could be put up on the screen. The space between the parking space and the planting around the front door, there's a substantial piece there that's paved. Is it paved because it's providing a walkway that connects to those pavers at the side of the house? And were you suggesting that you would take that paving out and turn it into landscaping?
Correct. We were planning to move this show's existing planting. We can move that border to the edge of the stairs, increasing that area, as well as there's a little area to the north, which we can, again, extend the gardens to the face of the house.
Okay, what was trying to figure out, you see where the parking space is?
Yes.
Space between the parking space and the planting to the north, I guess
Yes.
to the north. Is that area, you proposing to take that out and make that planting? Because that provides a walkway that connects to those pavers, does it not?
Yeah, so we were hoping to retain that as part of the driveway.
Okay, I just wanted clarification of your suggestion then. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I have a couple questions. So I just wanted to probe a little bit. and I anticipate what your answer is going to be, but had you or your client considered whether if you eliminated the circular drive and just had the driveway kind of if you look at the site plan, if the driveway were just to kind of go along a line north and south of where the plantings are and eliminate that portion of the circular driveway, which gives you the second exit and entrance. Had you guys considered whether that was practical?
We've decided that that's not really practical for the needs and safety of the site and for the way that the owner uses the property.
Because in theory, I mean, you could still have the car parked where you're proposing to do, but you get access to it from that portion of the drive that goes in front of the house.
Oh, so you're saying remove the 2 points of access?
Okay, so from your perspective, it's a safety concern.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
The existing driveway, I guess is it to the south where the existing driveway is?
It's to the north.
To the north, pardon me. That provides access to the garage, which I guess you were saying is now impractical because the owner was having difficulty using that?
Yeah, that's correct. He can't turn his car around because of accessibility. The clearances are too short.
So you're, however, proposing just to retain that as a driveway as opposed to, retrofitting it for green space or landscaping?
So the cars, they do use the garage to park cars. So we are hoping to keep that space as a driveway for sure.
Okay, so
easy access to the backyard for, it's trolleys and things like that as well. So it's just an easy access to the backyard and to the hardscape of the backyard patio.
So currently that is already paved or has pavers on it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So would you be, if the committee were to consider this, would that be an area also where you could consider exchanging what you have for permeable pavers?
We could entertain that, absolutely.
I think that goes a long way to addressing what we're hearing from your neighbors, is that very serious concern about soft landscaping. So the last question I have, I think, is I just wanted to probe. You mentioned that you and forestry have been working very closely with respect to how you're servicing the proposed pool house, and you are driving supply and waste pipes to that from the house. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
You had mentioned, so are you trenching that, or are you doing some? Are you driving bullets through
So we're not trenching because trenching would damage the root ball of the tree. We're using direct drilling, almost torpedoing lines, and we're obviously going to try and stay as far away from the tree protection zone as possible because we do not want to damage the root ball of the tree and the health of the tree.
So you can do that. I understand you can do it for supply. You can do that for waste as well?
I believe so, yes, yes.
I wasn't aware of that.
I mean, these are technical issues that we will work through during the building permit process for sure.
Well, I think, you know, if it's practical and if that's where you're going, that obviously makes sense. You know, if it is trenching, I think we and everyone would have some concerns about the impact of that on the root ball.
Absolutely, we're not proceeding with trenching for any of the services.
And the reason you have a setback variance for the pool house, I mean, you've tucked it as pretty close into that corner. The reason you have that, as you say, is to move it as far away from that tree as possible, or is there another reason?
That is the main reason. Plus, it's tucked right alongside the coach house on the adjacent property, so it kind of tucks it in there, and kind of it doesn't cover it, but it kind of seems like the place where it needs to, where it wants to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no further questions, it's time to take this application into committee for discussion, moving toward a motion. So, Mr. Byatt, please go ahead. We're now in committee.
Thank you, Chair. I sort of held back my comments until we were in committee so I could express them. I found that out of the 7 variances that are being sought, 4 of them have related to soft landscaping. Part of the reasons that the applicant has given for the circular driveways, difficulty accessing the garage at the rear, turning the vehicle around and accessing Russell Hill Road safely. One of the neighbors, I forget who it was, who's in opposition, has a similar challenge with, and many of the houses along that road, I imagine, have the same challenge, accessing Forest Hill Road when there's a lot of traffic and backing into it. So his solution is very simple: back in the evening when you come home, and then it's easy access out. So I don't find that a plausible reason for having a circular driveway. The circular driveway eliminates a very large proportion of the soft landscaping. I find that difficult. You've got a garage, you've got a driveway. In fact, one of the folks in opposition had indicated that the driveway had previously been expanded in the front of the house. So there is a sort of parking pad at the front of the house. And I think Google Map shows that as well, that there is space where cars parked in the front of the house. In fact, they've got a big dumpster there in the image. So I find the reasons for wanting to have a circular driveway, an additional parking pad, I just don't get it. At a time when we are looking at increasing soft landscaping, water absorption, what we have here is a suggestion to pave over. If we look at the site plan, the rear of the property has a massive deck, half the back yard. There's part of it that is supposed to be soft landscaping. The other is an existing patio, so it's already hard landscaped. The space in front of the garage at the back is hard landscaped. So you've got a lot of hard landscaping, and what this particular proposal is asking for is adding to it. I found that Mr. Mark Raffman, who was one of the speakers in opposition, I think his arguments are very good. So when I look at this in totality and listen to the applicant as well and the rationale, I find it very difficult to support the 4 of the 7 variances.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? Ms. Chan, please.
I actually would like to also ask the same question. I'm so sorry about the 52%. Somehow it popped up. If we were going to approve, are we sticking with the original what's written, the 60%, we go to 70-something square meter? This is just a technical question. If we're going to stick with the original, is that what we are voting for?
Yes, we are voting on the
Okay.
application as it stands, yes. We have to vote
Okay.
on something clear and concise.
Okay, so that's one question. Second, I sort of feel it's hard to it's a bit hard to decide on this one, but I agree on one thing, that since this is a new design and they want to have a circular driveway, which seems that is to do with safety and all that, but for somehow they also want to have a quite a wide parking pad. And it seems that the overall design to me is a lot of paving. And it's almost an attempt to ignore the soft landscape requirement. I thought that if they could do a little bit more, they might be able to meet the front yard soft landscaping.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleagues. I don't, based on all the information that's been presented, particularly the information from the residents in the area, I'm unable to support the circular driveway. As Mr. Clay indicated earlier, the second entrance, the southern entrance, doesn't appear to be needed. And if the whole issue is one of safety so that you can turn the car around, I don't even think you have to go to the extent of turning around and backing in at night. The drive that's in front of the front door allows you to turn your car around. And also the applicant indicated that there's planting that's screening the front yard parking space. That isn't true. The planting is separated by the driveway. So I'm unable to support the argument that the circular driveway is required for safety reasons. That doesn't seem to work for me. And the expense of landscaping is substantial. So I will not be supporting the application.
Thanks, Mr. Nipfel. Mr. Clay, go ahead if you wish, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll just echo. I think my initial observation was that if this didn't require front yard soft landscaping variance, then it might be different. But given that they're asking for a not insignificant reduction in soft landscaping, it seems to me that there are alternatives to providing additional parking on this site, which wouldn't require, as Carl said, the curb cut and the access on the southerly portion. So I think you can. I mean, it seems to me you could quite easily turn a car around if you use where they're proposing to do the parking space now on private property. I was also, when questioned about the use of the existing driveway, while it may be tough, quite frankly, my driveway between two homes is very tough to go up and down as well. So, but it still does provide parking into the rear and access to the rear garage, which it sounds like they're going to continue to use. So I think that, this is a proposal that could benefit from looking at some alternatives that might satisfy, the bylaw requirements for soft landscaping, and, maybe reconfigure that front portion a little bit that might satisfy not only the variances, but also what appears to be a significant concern from the neighbors.
Thank you.
So I don't think it's supportable at this stage.
Thank you, and I'll add my comment. I'll add my comment finally to the discussion, and that is that the loss of soft landscaping I find to be too much, and secondly, with respect to the safety argument which the applicant is advancing as the need for the circular driveway, it needs to be remembered that the large majority of driveways in the city of Toronto are not circular drives, and the residents on streets, busy streets, as busy as or busier than Russell Hill Road, manage that situation by either backing in or whatever works best in that particular situation. So I reject the safety argument. I actually find that the application fails to meet the standard on each of the four tests. So I can't support it either. Ms. Chan, last comment.
Okay, are we going to So we have a motion just to reject the certain variances and approve the variance not relating to the soft landscaping.
Well, that depends on the motion that is made. We have to be careful not to try to redesign this project on the go
Oh,
because
no,
it's
it's just
complicated.
that we can refuse, we can refuse the variance number 1, 3, 4, and 7.
If you want to make a motion to that effect, go ahead. I mean, we're now ready to
Yeah,
advance to a
no,
motion.
not
so-
a rear, yeah, it's one, yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve the application, but refuse variance number 1 and 3 and 7. With the condition that suggested by transportation, which was mentioned earlier, and is there a forestry condition? And that's.
Do we need the transportation condition if we're refusing the variances for the driveway?
We are only refusing. I thought that we're refusing the deficiency of landscaping.
But that affects the driving. The driveway does
Oh,
not.
so-
It's going to affect the drawings too.
Okay, so maybe it's not work. It does not work that way. Then you can. It has to be refused.
Maybe we could,
Never mind.
Sabrina, maybe Sabrina could give us some advice on this one.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the condition from Transportation Services, and it's regarding the curb cut driveway, right? So you could still impose that condition as the motion has been made by Yim.
Okay. So that condition can be imposed. We need to see if this motion has a second. It is seconded, Mr. Clay. So, moved and seconded to approve variances. Let's go slowly here and get it right.
It would be variances
4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6, and to refuse
No,
the others.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the motion was to refuse variances 1, 3, 4, and 7, and then approve variances 2, 5, and 6.
Okay. That's the motion, subject to transportation.
Okay, I'm sorry to throw a wrench in it. Number 4 is with respect to the rear landscaping.
Yeah,
Is that,
so you can keep it.
Let's ask Liam what she meant. Liam, do you want number 4 in there, which is rear?
No, I think that number 4 we should approve because.
Okay, so 4 joins 2, 5, and 6 on the approval, and 1, 3, and 7 refused in your motion. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Subject to transportation. Okay, so that is moved. Are you still seconding that, Mr. Clay? So it is moved and seconded to so approve the application. All those in favor, please show hands. Those opposed? So, with that, the motion is carried, and the application is so approved. Thank you very much.
Approved and refused. Variances, some variances are refused and some are approved.
And some are approved. Variances 1, 3, and 7 are refused. Variances 2, 5, 6, and 4 are approved. The panel moves along to number 2, number 6, Admiral Road. And on number 6, Admiral, the panel has before it the materials submitted by the applicant, photograph of the property, an article from November from the Annex Residents Association, There's a tree in inventory, September. There is a 2017 decision by the committee, and there is a staff report from 2017 from the committee, or staff report from community planning. In interest or concern, there is correspondence from the Annex Residents Association from November the 2nd, pardon me, and there's opposition correspondence from Don Ducasse, 91 Fifeshire, Jay Lilgay, 72 Lowther, and Conrad Dabiet, no address provided. So let's go on and have the agent join us, please. Agent?
Nathan, you've been unmuted.
Nathan Schmerler, and I'm the owner. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. You're the owner.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Okay then. So you were granted variances in 2017, but then in the actual building, the construction went a little bit beyond that. Can you tell us what happened, please?
It's just an error in the measurement. So the building was built 0.63 meter, which is 2 feet 1 inch longer.
Okay. Panel members, do we wish a presentation on this or any questions directly for the agent? Any questions? I'm not hearing any questions, and no desire for no call for a presentation. So if there are no questions, we can take this application into committee and move toward a motion. Comments, anyone? Mr. Byte, go ahead, please.
Just a slight comment. I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but the applicant indicated a difference in building length of about 2 foot something. But the variance number 1 is asking for 1.85 meters difference between the maximum permitted and what is currently being asked for. Having said that, the variances before us are indeed not major. There are only 2 variances, so I do not see any issues, and I believe there is a condition from community planning. Beyond that, I do not see any. I don't believe there are any other conditions other than the planning conditions. So if my colleagues don't have any concerns, I certainly would be okay to forward a motion.
Okay, motion seconded by, you seconding, Mr.
No. I just wanted to make a comment. I mean, Zahir, I think very kindly said that there were no issues. I think this is an issue. I mean, this was an application that in the past asked for additional length. It was reduced based on recommendations from community planning, and then the applicant has gone ahead and exceeded those revised conditions. So, I mean, I think this is I don't want to just gloss this one over, because this is a situation where permissions were exceeded, and while I appreciate that the applicant's explanation that it was an error, I do find sometimes when I hear about errors of that magnitude that may not necessarily be as innocent as it might appear. So I just wanted to go on record as noting that these are the sorts of things that we shouldn't have to see. These are the sorts of changes that are unfortunate, and even though it is relatively minor given the overall context, I think we should put a note, if we do approve this, that we put a note that the committee does not condone these kinds of applications where they exceed previously granted permissions.
Thank you.
I'd also note that you mentioned community planning's comments, but those were comments, I think, from the original 2017 application. So I don't know if those are still relevant, or are those moot now that we're making a change?
The Deputy Secretary Treasurer is indicating, no, they're not relevant now.
They're not relevant. That's right. So I don't think we need to reference those as conditions.
Just for those watching, important to say in situations like this. So something has been built in excess of what was granted by the Committee of Adjustment in 2017. The Committee of Adjustment in no way condones either building without a permit or exceeding what the permit and what the committee's decision had allowed for. What we have to do in situations like this is to ask ourselves if, with what we're presented, the application we're looking at, if it hadn't been built, if it was still a proposal on paper, would we have looked at it and seen it to have satisfied the 4 tests, or would we have determined that it was not to be approved? So that's the spirit in which we have to look at this, as if it hasn't been built, and asking ourselves if it deserves to be approved. Any other comments at this stage by panel members? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to reinforce what Larry has said. I think if we don't in some way in the minutes indicate that this kind of behavior is not acceptable, we're beginning to lose public trust in the whole system. I think in this case in particular, where there was a decision made and then the work has proceeded beyond that decision, I think that is really somewhat reprehensible. So unless a condition is added, or a comment is added about our concern, I would not be supporting this application.
Further comments? We are looking at this application as if it is still a proposal on paper. Would we have approved it? Now, Mr. Byatt has made a motion to approve. That hasn't received a second yet. Does anyone wish to second that motion? Mr. Byatt? Oh, Mr. Clay, you're seconding?
Yeah, I think I'm happy to second, but I think, as we've all indicated, I think we'd like a comment in the minutes to reflect our concern.
What should the comment say?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we will include that as for the record that the C of A does not condone.
Very good. Okay, so that then is the motion, that to approve, but with the comment that COA does not condone this type of construction. Okay, seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor, please show of hands. Motion is carried. The application is so approved.
Thank you.
And the panel moves along to item number 3. '73 Robbins Avenue on this application. The materials before us are those submitted by the applicant, a copy of an order to comply, April 27th, 2021, an arborist report, September 22. There's email correspondence from city planning, and there is support correspondence in the form of 4 form letters from 7A Mon Crescent and 69, 71, and 75 Robbins. In this case, again, the panel is looking at an application whose purpose is to legalize and to maintain the ancillary building, a shed, and covered deck that were constructed in the rear of the property without the benefit of a building permit. So I'll repeat my same comment. The Committee of Adjustment in no way condones this kind of construction. Building permits are fundamental to the whole process of development. But sometimes we are faced with them, and the way that we are mandated to look at them is to ask ourselves, what would our decision have been had the proposal not been built? So panel members will, moderator will ask the applicant to join us, please.
Justin, you've been unmuted.
Marchand for 73 Robbins.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes. And as a matter of starting, go Canada, go. Yes. There.
Quite so. Okay, Justin, I'm going to see if the panel has any questions for you or whether they'd like a presentation. Panel members, questions? I'm not hearing any. Justin, tell us what happened with, I'll ask you one, what happened with respect to the shed? How did it get built that way?
Hi, yes. So I, in 2021, experiencing anxiety from the COVID lockdowns, wanted a space for my new kid last year, born March. And I had planned basically a fence turned into a replacement for a shed because there was already a shed on a concrete pad beside on essentially where the shed that was built in its place is. And then it expanded to a gazebo. So it became a shed and a gazebo. It was unthinking of me to go ahead without the permit. And yes, there you go.
Questions, panel? Of the okay, first Mr. Clay, then Mr. Nipfel.
Yeah, just a quick question. The gazebo that you propose, is it when you say it's covered, is it covered completely, or is it made of wood? Does it allow water to go through, or and is the deck wood?
It's covered and it's unfinished. What remains essentially for the structure is to finish the roofing. So it's like a not shingles, but the tar material I want to put on it to protect it.
Okay.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only concern I have with this one is the reduced landscaping. And I notice on the deck, you've got a tree that's coming up through the deck and presumably through the covering as well. The percentage of landscaping that we've got in the variance request, does it allow that space where the tree is as soft landscaping, or if you were to include that, would the soft landscaping go up in number?
The tree has been incorporated into the structure, and I do not believe it's part of the soft landscaping. There's a generous, like the tree was never intended to be touched by me. Okay, it was intended to be essentially incorporated into the structure, and it has been. I do not believe the actual tree itself is part of the soft landscaping calculation. The soft landscaping calculation, as I understand it, is works out to be about. So it should the bylaw is 50%, and it's currently 45 point 45 point.
The reason for my question is I suspected that was the case. It seemed to me that if you could determine how big that space is, because there's an opening in the deck, right? And there's an opening in the roof as well for the tree. Otherwise, the tree wouldn't grow.
Right.
And I would argue that is soft landscaping. And it seems to me that your percentage soft landscaping is actually greater than the variances we have before us. If that tree and the space that you've cut out of the deck is removed from hard and allocated to soft landscaping, and I don't want to hold up the meeting, but is there any way you could tell us what the revised soft landscaping might be, or is that going to take a long time?
It would probably take a long time to give you an accurate, specific number, but given that I've looked at it as often as I have, I would imagine it wouldn't bring me into total compliance, but it would come closer. I'm imagine it would add at least another square meter, if not, the better part of 2 square meters. So it'd bring it up to almost the 50% for sure.
Okay, thanks.
And Justin, final question. You brought this up, so I just have to clarify it. You mentioned that you had a a new child and that this space was for the new child. So just clarifying that the new child doesn't actually live in this space.
No, no. It occurred to me that if we were going to be cooped up in our backyards, we'd like a little bit of separation for the adults and the children. So,
I just
and I hope,
yeah.
So,
Okay, just
yeah.
need to clarify that. Thank you very much. Okay.
But if they're bad enough, maybe future plans. I kid.
Or if it was my house, I'm pretty sure I'd be the one out in the shed.
Yes. I started the levity in, so I must take responsibility. Okay, then. Any further questions? If there aren't any, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Bite, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question that Mr. Niffel had asked with regard to variance number 3 is a good one, because I think that may raise the square meterage from 42.5 square meters to perhaps about 43.5 to 44, which makes it a bit somewhat more palatable. And I understand the challenges that the applicant has had. I do not believe there are any. Oh, there is a planning condition, I believe. There is a planning condition. Hard to read. It says tied to plans to limit the shed and deck encroaching the rear side yard setback. So that's a planning condition. Apart from that, I don't believe there are any other conditions, and I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve.
Ms. Chan, are you seconding?
I do have a question. Actually, when you we are not changing variance number 3, right? Because I think it is not safe for them. I think it's better to keep it as it is, because that's how it's calculated. You know why? Because I do not see the roof plan. If there's a tree and you have a cut at the deck, but what about the roof? I do not know how it's being included. So I think we just should not touch variance number 3.
We're going to vote on the variances as they stand. Yes.
Yes. That's what. Then I will second it if that's the case. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest the way around it, I think, is to leave the variance as is printed. But if it's tied to the site plan, then in fact you are, if you're tying up approval to the site plan, then you're actually providing more landscaping than the variance has. And I think that the condition from planning does that. So with that condition, I think we've solved both problems.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we still need a second then, or is there a second for Mr.
Yes.
Byatt's motion? It is seconded, Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. All those in favor, please, to approve subject to tying to the plans, okay. All those in favor, please, show of hands once again. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Panel moves on to number 4, 115 Welland Ave. Moderator. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Addison, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Addison Milne Price of 900 The East Mall, Suite The 100, and I'll be presenting this application on behalf of the property owner.
Good morning to you. Very good. Let's just check whether panel would like a presentation or has questions for you. Any questions? Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify which of the variances are existing conditions? It appears to me that perhaps they all, or the majority of them, are.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, well, none of these variances are existing conditions in terms of the definition of the bylaw. This application is an enclosure of an existing porch, and therefore the front yard setback will not be pushed out any further to the road than the existing porch is. And the same is true for variance 3. The proposed height of the first floor will remain at the same height of the existing porch.
Thank you.
Okay, then, if there are no further questions, let's move to a motion, please. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair, I'll take this one. This is a very straightforward front yard porch enclosure. I will move approval, but I think we should just tie it to plans so that the setbacks are in relation to the first story only.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. It carries the motion and the application is approved. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that we can deal with items number 5, 6, and 7 together as they are related.
That makes sense. So panel, yes, because the next three applications, 5, 6, and 7, relate to a project that involves them all. So we'll deal with them together. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Max Riedick. I'm counsel for the applicant, St. Jude Community Homes. And with me today is Ken DeWall, who's architect for St. Jude, and also St. Jude's executive director, Ms. Carol Zulalian.
Good day to you, and thanks for joining us. Okay. So, moderator, on this application, we have some speakers standing up. Okay, then, agent, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to present your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this important proposal. So as I mentioned previously, my client and the applicant is St. Jude Community Homes, which is a private and not-for-profit organization that provides affordable residential apartment buildings. St. Jude has a long history and presence in the Cabbagetown community, and throughout that time, it's developed a very strong track record of helping vulnerable persons by providing safe, permanent, and affordable and supported housing in the area. Through the minor variance applications that are before you today, St. Jude is looking to continue that important work in the community by developing an additional supported and affordable residential building. In order to facilitate that development, St. Jude is seeking minor variances that will permit the construction of a 4-story, 12-unit community home at 393 Dundas Street East. So just to establish some background and context related to the site, it's currently a private parking lot that is required by site-specific parking bylaws or requirements to serve tenants and visitors to 270 Milan Street and 431 Dundas Street, which are two other St. Jude supported housing residences. The site is quite tight and has a narrow frontage along Dundas and Milan Street, and is designated mixed-use areas under the city's official plan. It's also located in an area where significant redevelopment and intensification along Dundas Street East is taking place and is expected to take place in the future. And it's zoned commercial residential, which permits the proposed supportive housing development as a permitted use. So all that is to say that despite the designation, zoning and redevelopment and intensification that's taking place in this neighborhood, the site is currently underutilized as a parking lot, and St. Jude wants to change that through this application. So to orient the committee, I'd refer you to a drawing that was prepared by Mr. DeWall, which shows the as-of-right zoning outline for the proposed building in orange versus what is proposed on the property by way of the minor variance application. And I'll describe what variances are being sought. There's a total of, I believe, 13, but I'll break them down into two categories just for clarity and brevity. The first set of variances relate to built form at 393 Dundas Street itself, and they have to do with minor increases in height. Less than one additional story is being sought. Increases to the FSI, to the building massing, and relief from the setback and angular plane requirements of the zoning bylaw. And the overarching purpose of those variances is to maximize the efficiency of the site while also maintaining the intent and purpose of the applicable policies and zoning. So ultimately, strict compliance with the zoning in this case could result in the loss of 3 to 4 units, and that would have a significant impact on the economic viability of this project, not to mention the important social benefit and municipal objective of providing supported housing to vulnerable people. Moving on to the second set of variances, which have to do with parking and bicycle and vehicular requirements. As I mentioned previously, the development site is an 11-space surface parking lot, and the proposed development would remove that parking lot, which historically was needed to meet certain site-specific parking exceptions that require 11 parking spaces to be provided to support 431 Dundas Street and 270 Milan Street. Now, those parking requirements and spaces are obviously prohibitive to development at 393 Dundas, and so without a minor variance to release those obligations, this underutilized parking lot will remain as such, an underutilized parking lot. Now, there are several reasons in our submission why the variances related to the parking should be approved. First, the exceptions are outdated. As you know, the City of Toronto's new parking bylaw does eliminate any requirement for resident parking and only includes requirements for visitor parking. Second, there is a transportation study that was commissioned by St. Jude, and which should be before you this morning. And that transportation study concludes that the neighborhood can accommodate the removal of the 11 parking spaces based on the fact that there is no tenant parking demand for those spaces from the tenants at 431 Dundas and 270 Milan. There's adequate public parking in the surrounding neighborhood, and there's a robust public transportation network. And finally, I'll refer the committee to comments from Daniel Reynolds, Senior Project Manager at Transportation Services, who confirmed on behalf of city staff that Transportation Services has no objections to the proposed variances, given that they're minor in nature and acceptable, given the adequate on-street parking supply and the relatively minor number of required spaces that are proposed to be removed through these variances. So to sum up my submissions, we submit that the minor variances meet the test under Section 45 and that they maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. They're appropriate for the use of the site and are minor in nature. Thank you for the time to speak to this proposal. Those are my submissions, subject to any questions that the committee may have. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. DeWall and Ms. Zulalian are here with me today to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Now, because you're actually speaking to 3 separate applications, I've allowed you some extra time in presenting there. Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions? We'll start off with Ms. Chan, then Mr. Nipfel. Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Okay, my quick question is the variance concerning the bicycle. Is it this, you will not provide a short-term bicycle parking, but you will provide a long-term parking, because on the site plan there's bicycle storage.
So the variance would so under the applicable bylaw, a minimum of 11 bicycle parking spaces are required and 1 short-term bicycle parking space is required. But the variance sought would reduce that amount to 10 long-term bicycle parking spaces and no short-term bicycle parking spaces.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question has to do with exactly the same issue. We've been hearing a lot about bicycle parking and the need to provide more of it. I would like to know what the reason is for reducing the bicycle parking. Is it based on, have you got some evidence that proves that in a property of this size, you just plain don't need that much space? That's my first question. My second question has to do more with parking but from the point of view of deliveries and servicing of the building. So if someone in the building needs to have their plumbing fixed, or some kind of tradesman has to come with his gear in a truck, where do you anticipate those kind of that kind of parking is going to take place, or that kind of service? There's no service entrance. There's no place for a vehicle like that to park. So my concern basically is a reduction in bicycle parking, which I don't see the merit in that. And secondly, how do service people service this building? Where can they put their vehicles when they're in the building?
Thank you, sir. If I could possibly refer that question to Mr. DeWall just to speak to the service issue, and then I can speak to the bicycle parking issue after that.
Hello, my name is Ken DeWall from Hilditch Architect.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through Chair, to address the committee. I think that, like the existing buildings on a stretch of a block that's enclosed like that, a number of them would not have available parking spaces specific for utility type vehicles. They would use the street parking. I think the utilities are accustomed to kind of street frontage type parking scenarios to come in and service the building. If required for major operations, it's not uncommon for a utility or a servicing company to get a temporary street permit to allow for some stationary work and use the right of way for that. But that would be really major operations. So I think the building would be serviced similar to most of the buildings that are already being serviced on that block.
Okay, thank you.
And in regards to bicycle parking, sorry, I mean, I can address that as well.
I think Max was going to speak to that, was he not?
Okay, I'll defer to Max.
Mr. DeWall, I'll defer to you on the bicycle parking spaces, and I'm happy to supplement with anything you can provide.
Okay, I think it's worth reiterating that in terms of the bicycle spaces, it's really temporary, short-term parking spaces that we would be deficient in. I think with the frontage and setbacks, or the wide right of way, there are a number of existing public bike ring type spaces close in proximity to the building. And through a site plan application process, I think that could be reviewed in more detail with city staff to determine if they felt that maybe a supplementary number of bike ring parking spaces should be provided on the MILAN Street frontage. I think the client would be open to providing that for the benefit of the community. And in terms of resident bicycle parking, perhaps the owner, the ED, Carol, can address if their existing facilities have a large demand for bicycle parking.
Hello, my name is Carol Zalalian, and I'm the Executive Director at St. Jude Community Homes. At this time, over the years that I've been at the Executive Director, we have not had demands for parking. For bicycle parking, we've had maybe one, and that's been over the 7 years that I've been there. And we're hoping that we can sort of encourage people to start. But again, there's a very robust transit system, and that's what people do use due to varying levels of ability.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Clay, then Mr.
Thanks, Chair. I did notice that the amenity space for this facility is on the rooftop, and it looks like from the plans that you're proposing to have glass partition there. And I appreciate that rooftop is actually front-facing onto Dundas, so it wouldn't have as much of an impact on the surrounding neighbors as it might if it were in the rear. But I'm just wondering, do you think that should be frosted glass rather than clear glass, just to provide a little bit of privacy, not only for people on the street, but also for people who are recreating on the roof?
In my view, that's a fine suggestion. I'd defer to Mr. DeWall as well to answer that question.
We'd certainly accept that that suggestion. I think part of the attempt is, if it's some sort of glass, then we're minimizing and we're allowing light transmittance. We're trying to reduce any kind of shadowing or shading impact in the area by proposing something more translucent or transparent. But we would be fine with some sort of frosted glass.
Yeah, I think in this case it would probably work to the advantage of both the residents and the surrounding community.
Okay, Mr. Byatt.
Essentially a comment. I think when one looks at the particular space, the site, the location of the site, the size of the site, and the needs in the community, I think this is an extremely commendable project. And the question of reduction in bicycle parking spaces. While I appreciate that, I think the fact that we're sitting right on Dundas with so much in the way of public transit, that is not an issue from my perspective, and I think the executive director provided some adequate response to that. I really just wanted to say this is one of those housing projects that is so very necessary, and it's so very commendable that St. Jude's is taking this on.
Okay, now just for the panel's information, we do have speakers standing by to speak on this. So if you don't mind, at this stage, I'd like to go to the first speaker standing by to speak. And moderator, we'll have that speaker join us, please.
Jordan, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're a touch faint, but yes, we do hear you clearly. Go ahead.
I'll try to speak up. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Cabbagetown Heritage Conservation District Advisory Committee, as well as the Cabbagetown South Residents Association. Just very quickly, the Cabbagetown HCD Advisory Committee was formed in 2000 to provide local support and assistance to heritage planning. We are one of the city's most active HCD advisory committees, overseeing 4, soon to be 5 HCDs. In 2014, Toronto and East York Community Council nominated the Cabbagetown Southwest area for consideration as an HCD. And they requested the nomination be reviewed and that study authorization report be brought forward and considered for prioritization. Now, in June 2019, following an analysis of the study's area and character, they evaluated the area and determined that a significant portion of the study area exhibits sufficient historical, associative, design, physical, contextual, social, and community value to warrant designation. We're currently in the final stages of that process, and due to staff shortages at Heritage Planning as well as...
How does this relate to the application that we're looking at?
The application falls within the HCD study area. I'm just calling, just sort of bringing to your attention that there are properties surrounding the site that have been identified and are in the process of being designated under Part 5 of the Heritage Act. So just wanted to call that to the committee's attention. We reviewed the application. We're in support of the application. In speaking with the applicant, we just wanted to address some heritage concerns with respect to the use of material on the building, given that there is a request for a variance to the FSI. We want to make sure that the where increases in FSI are requested, that that increase basically fits within the existing heritage character of the neighborhood and the streetscape. So we did reach out to the applicant. The applicant did provide a commitment to work with us as well as the Residents Association during the site plan approval process. So I just wanted to basically bring that to the committee's attention, just so that they're aware that this site does fall within an HCD that is in the final stages. We are just awaiting the draft plan, and it has been identified as one of the key deliverables for heritage planning in 2023. So there's a bit of kind of coincidence here where it's an application that's about to be subject to approval from Heritage Preservation Services. I just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention as something perhaps of consideration. It was requested by the committee that should the application be approved, there be some form or note just addressing the fact that it does fall within an area that the city is about to designate. And whether or not a condition would be appropriate, subject to review of heritage planning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions, panel? If not, we'll move on to the next speaker standing by. Moderator.
David Brown, you've been unmuted.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. Is there any way that I can get on the camera here?
You should
Not unless you were pre-registered to do so.
I thought I was.
You should be able to do so on your end.
Oh, okay.
There should be a button on the lower center part that says Start Video.
You are with us now.
Yeah, that looks just like me. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I own 382, 386, and 388 Dundas Street East, which is they're directly across the road from the applicant's building, and I got 382 Dundas in 1992, 386 in 99, and 388 in 2001. So my involvement in the neighborhood goes back 30 years, and I'm quite familiar with St. Jude's, and they've been excellent neighbors in every way during that time. There was some mention about bicycles, bicycle parking, 386 and 388 Dundas. I have 37 tenants there, similar type tenants to what St. Jude's would have in this project. And out of the 37 tenants, currently 2 of them have bicycles, none of them have cars. There's no on-site parking for the tenants. There's ample parking in the neighborhood on Dundas Street, except between 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6 in the afternoon, at which times there's parking on the side streets for lots of spaces for 1 hour maximum parking. So I don't see parking as being an issue at all, and I don't see the bicycle situation being an issue either. I'd like to bring the committee's attention to a Toronto Star article. This was on November 9th on the front page, bottom of the front page. It says, if not in your backyard, then whose? And this article is about Novotel, which is a city shelter on, it's a hotel that's being used as a city shelter.
David, I'll have to ask you to keep this short, please.
Okay, basically the city is paying $750,000 a month for to house 250 people there in hotel rooms, plus expenses for support staff and for meals. Probably works out to about $4,000 per month per resident, and these are rooms in a hotel, and about $50,000 per room per year. So you take 12 units at St. Jude's, that's going to save $600,000 a year to the city, and also help get 12 people off the street and out of the shelter system. City right now is going through a process of intensifying main streets, And this is at the provincial level pushing it, the city level pushing it. It's going to happen on, it's happening on Dundas east of Parliament. It's going to happen on our blocks as well. You can see at 401 at Dundas. This is at the southeast corner of Milan. It's basically a two-story building that is undergoing a process right now to convert it to a 10-story condo building. That may not happen as such, but it's certainly going to be more intensified from what it is right now. The block of 393 Dundas is in. This is the parking lot. The rest of it is two-story buildings, except for the three-story building on the corner, 377 Dundas, which has a lot of heritage value. But the other ones are two-story nondescript buildings, which also are going to get redeveloped. Committee has a excellent opportunity here to approve this project and send out a clear message that that the City of Toronto is truly serious about helping solve the homeless problem. I strongly urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your submission. We move along now to the next speaker.
Greg Duffel, you've been unmuted. And if you'd like to use video, you can do so as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're with the panel now. You have 5 minutes to present your application. Or
Thank you very much.
Your submission.
Thank you. I'm Gregory Duffel, and I'm owner of 267 Milan Street in Toronto. I thank the Committee of Adjustment for this opportunity to present my comments regarding the proposed new development of the current parking lot at 393 Dundas Street East. I've owned 267 Milan Street since it was built around 2000, and it is directly opposite the front entrance of 270 Milan, the current St. Jude operation. The proposed development, the current parking lot at 393 Dundas Street, is within close proximity, just north and within sight. For these reasons, as well as my 36-year history of living in this particular area of the City of Toronto, I'm qualified to make commentary at this hearing. I would like to point out that most of the letters in support of this application are from people linked to St. Jude, such as board members. Furthermore, it appears to me that almost all of the letters of support come from people or agencies that don't live in the affected area. This proposed St. Jude development is a major change and somewhat unprecedented and unexpected in the general area. Beyond the notices generated by the committee and one hand-delivered by representatives of St. Jude's to households the day before the submission to comment deadline, I was unaware of any such major construction plans or any other public consultation. I make note of this because it is my understanding that developers of other major developments for this area have often held public information meetings or provided notice long before a project has reached this Committee of Adjustment stage. In other words, the news of this development is a surprise. Not only that, but the submission reads as very much being a fait accompli, at least to me. But anyway, we'll see. Even if that is not the case, this development gives me pause because of my recollection that when St. Jude first proposed the development of the 270 Milan Street facility, after it had been transformed 431 Dundas Street East from an industrial building into a social agency, it had promised the community that this would be the last operation it would run in our general neighborhood. I believe they stated this because of the generally acknowledged disproportionate concentration of social agencies in our area. Since then, I would say, with a degree of confidence, the situation has only got more extreme. So if my recollection is correct, St. Jude is going back on a pledge they made to our community 2 decades ago. With regard to the elimination of the parking spaces for the 2 St. Jude operations on Milan and Dundas Streets, I find the arguments of St. Jude unconvincing, and the application is and if the application is successful, would be deleterious to our community. Whether or not those residing at these locations have need for vehicle parking, St. Jude completely disregards the idea of commercial vehicle interaction servicing the proposed facility or facilities, and the existing operations, which might reasonably include goods delivery, moving vans, service contractors, and so on. Furthermore, residents at 270 Milan and 393 Dundas are not isolated. They have family and friends that may visit from time to time, and many would require parking. For the many years, these visitors and entities that service 270 Milan have parked both in the parking lot and on Milan Street in contravention of the signs. Parking on residential streets is a current issue. In my submission, I presented the Google Street View imagery gathered on its rare photographic forays that captured parking in front of Milan Street, St. Jude facility, that formed an impediment to vehicular traffic flows on what is a fairly narrow street. I wish to stress that temporary stopping, like a waiting taxi, is not the issue. The issue is parking that lasts multiple hours. The on-street parking around 270 Milan causes vehicles to have to squeeze further right when passing, therefore increasing the likelihood of getting close to pedestrians on the narrow sidewalk on the east side of Milan. During the winter, this is exacerbated by the snow at the sides of the road. Although there is free parking available on spots on Dundas Street, it is unavailable weekdays between 7 and 9 a.m., which was not noted in the St. Jude submission, as well as between 4 and 6 p.m. It is my experience that these spots are often taken quickly when they become available. There were times in the past when multiple large school buses were parked on Dundas Street East daily for many hours.
Greg, I must ask you please to make your final comments.
Okay. In short, the proposed building will only worsen the parking in the neighborhood. Finally, it seems to me that it's to have such a significant operation placed on a small footprint seems unusual to me. And I echo the views of Mr. Purvis in another submission. I thank the Committee of Adjustment for the opportunity to express my views.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? I'm not hearing any, so at this point we'll go back to the applicant, who will have an opportunity to speak in response and rebuttal, and we'll ask the applicant to confine his remarks to simply the issues that have been raised by speakers commenting. Okay. Applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to the submissions that were just made. So first, with respect to the submissions made by Mr. Allison on behalf of the Heritage Committee and the Residents Association, we do thank them for their support of this application. However, Mr. Allison requested, I believe, that some sort of condition be added to the approval, and in our submission, no condition is necessary in this case, and no such condition has been proposed by City Planning or Heritage staff. And so I'd ask the committee to approve the variances as is and not subject to any conditions. With respect to the objections that were raised by Mr. Duffel, I'd just like to make a few minor comments. First, with respect to notice, in this case, all statutory notice requirements were complied with, and so it's our submission that there are no issues in that respect. The second is with respect to parking. Again, we have a transportation report that was commissioned by St. Jude, which makes it very clear, based on a study of the area, that there is an adequate parking supply here, and that the very minor reduction of 11 spaces on a private parking lot are not going to impact the neighborhood in any significant manner. And I'd also like to refer again to the fact that city transportation staff have no issues with the minor reduction of 11 parking spaces in this area, and have acknowledged that this is a minor variance to the existing bylaws. And lastly, just with respect to the use of this property for social services, I'd just like to remind the committee and Mr. Duffel that that use is permitted as of right under the currently applicable zoning, subject to the parking requirements that currently exist on the site. And so if we were to lift those parking requirements, this social housing use would be permitted there as of right. Those are my submissions, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a question from Ms. Chan. Go ahead.
Very quick one. Can you confirm that you are going through SPA also, right? The review.
Yes,
Site plan
thank you.
approval.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Chan. The site is subject to site planning approval by the City of Toronto.
Okay, and also is the you have two other applications on parking spaces that is also being considered in the same process.
So do you mean that they would be considered during the site plan approval process?
They know, they are aware of what you're doing in terms of the parking situation. That's my question.
Well, the city, I believe, should be aware, given the circulation of this notice and the zoning notice that we received. I'll also note that 270 Milan is actually owned by the City of Toronto, and St. Jude is a resident there. But there are no development applications proposed for 270 Milan or 431 Dundas Street, so they wouldn't be subject to any site plan approval process. What we're looking for there is a lifting of the parking obligations for those sites that exist at 393 Dundas Street. In other words, 393 is required to provide parking for those spaces, and by way of these minor variances, we're asking that those obligations be lifted.
Oh, I understand. So because it was a parking space before, right? Before the development.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's clarified it.
Mr. Nipfel, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a small point. Could you explain to me what an adaptable unit is? It's labeled in your floor plans. You've got an adaptable unit on each floor.
Correct. Ken speaking. If I could address the committee member on that. It's really a term that we use that is in relation to an apartment unit that is more accessible. So it provides more barrier-free accommodations to serve a tenant who has those sort of needs. It's also something recognized under the building code that asks for a certain percentage of what they consider adaptable units in a building. So it's basically meant to provide housing that offers more accessibility.
Thank you very much.
Wider doorways and washroom facilities that are
correct
accessible. I see. Yeah. Okay.
A bit more space, a bit more area for maneuvering, that sort of thing.
Okay.
It allows, basically the intent is to provide housing that inevitably can allow aging in place so that folks, you know, can live there for a very long time, and it accommodates, you know, a change in their physical abilities.
Right. Other questions, panel? If not, I think we can, Mr. Clay, go ahead.
No, I was going to move, I thought we were moving into committee, Chair.
Go ahead, let's go into committee.
No, I think I'd agree with Zahir, and I'm sure my other colleagues would wholeheartedly agree that this is a very supportable application. It is the type of accommodation that the city needs. It's in a location that is quite suitable, I think, for this kind of accommodation, given its proximity to open space and transit. I would agree with the applicant. I don't believe we need to make any reference to heritage in this instance. I think that process will proceed as it should. I think it's a very supportable application. I would, Chair, how would you like to deal with this? Can we deal with all three in a bundle, or would you like to do each of them separately?
Let's check with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer on, can we have one vote here or three?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can do one vote, but just clarify any conditions for any one of the three applications.
Conditions which, okay, got it.
Yeah, so Chair, so I'll move approval of these applications subject to the condition for 393 Dundas, that forestry number 3. And I'd also like to introduce a suggestion or a condition that the terrace, the rooftop terrace, be screened with frosted class rather than clear.
Thank you. Let's just give staff a moment to catch up.
I believe that 431 Dundas East and 270 don't require any conditions, so they'd be approved as is.
Very good. Okay, panel, there's a motion to approve 5, 6, and 7. Do we have a second for all three? It is seconded, Ms. Chan. Ms. Chan first. So moved and seconded to approve applications 5, 6, and 7, subject to the conditions stated. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. Applications 5, 6, and 7 are approved. Thank you, panel. We move on to number 8. 210 Main Street. On this application, before us are submitted materials for photographs of trees on the property, staff report, urban forestry, and there is opposition correspondence from 210 Gerrard Street East and 210D Gerrard Street East. Okay. Moderator, let's have the applicant join us, please.
You've been unmuted.
Yes, hi. Is it okay if you unmute David instead?
Just a moment, please, agent. We hear your voice, but it's muted. It's as if you were speaking in a closet or something like that.
Yeah.
Try it again.
Are you able to unmute David?
I'm sorry, we don't have a David registered to speak. Do you know his last name by chance? We may have him in the room.
No, David is me. I'm David. So right now you've unmuted Sepida, who is my colleague. Are you able to unmute David, which is me? So I also have my laptop open next to Sepida.
What's the display name that you've written? Just David, or is there a last name?
No, just David.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Okay, we've unmuted you, but there's quite a bit of echo, so make sure that the second microphone or speaker is off.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So I guess
Okay.
Would you like me to start?
I'd like you to state your name and address, please.
Okay, my name is David Choi, CHUI. We're the architects, which is 54 Berkeley Street, Suite 301.
Very good. Now you're clear, David, and you're speaking as the agent. You are the architect for the project. Okay. Just checking with you, moderator. And we do have registered speakers standing by to speak in opposition.
Great, thank you.
So David, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is David. I'm the architect, acting as the agent for a client at the Santos School of Martial Arts. Our clients are also available for any questions which may arise. Okay, I'll try to be brief as possible. I know there's a lot of variances that we have to cover. Okay, so the Santos School of Martial Arts has been at 210 Main Street for just under 15 years. Okay, within this period, they have been an integral member of the neighborhood.
Hi, you've reached Lisa. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you. Thank you.
They provide a safe haven for after-school programs, donated and raised funds toward charitable causes, led yearly neighborhood cleanup events, and raised money for breakfast programs and many social causes. Within this period, they've also seen their building bear the brunt of its community, and after many countless repairs, they wish to proceed with the alteration and reconstruction of their existing facility. With this in mind, our clients have reached out to their most immediate neighbors to the north, which is a mid-rise condominium, to the south, a city-owned mid-rise co-op, and to our counselor to present our proposal. All discussions have been very positive and supportive, and all parties have asked that we continue to update them as we keep proceeding. Okay, so I wish to stress that the intent is to rebuild what we have here today. And if the existing building was in good repair, we would prefer to not proceed with the rebuild. Okay, so the proposed alteration addition is to rebuild the basement with additional headroom for light sparring with sticks, rebuild the ground floor dojo with the exact current height, although it's now going to be above a taller basement. And we wish to rebuild the existing second floor, however, for the full extent above the ground floor, which will now create 2 apartments instead of 1.
David?
Okay. Yes.
Your voice is a bit loud. Just tone it down a touch, if you will, please.
Sorry about that. Okay, so is this better?
That's good.
Okay, so for the reconstruction of the existing, the following variances are triggered. Okay, so if you want, I'll go through each item.
It's up to you. It's up to you. Tell us about the impact. Explain
After
the
leaving a
impact of
message, you can hang up or press pound for more options.
We'd like to know about the impact of your proposal, so that's how to address it.
Okay, so the impact, I think, overall, I think a lot of these variances are being triggered because what's occurring now is our basement is being used for storage room, for change rooms for our children. We're also using it for light sparring. The zoning examiner has asked us to include the basement as gross floor area, which is now complicating matters, even though it's an existing condition. She's asked that we respect her decision to add the basement as gross floor area. That's why a lot of these numbers are being inflated. So that's item 4. The same would occur for number 5. The commercial is 0.5. Currently, our ground floor is already 1.0. But again, because we have to go through this rebuild, it's now triggering the 1.0, even though we already have the existing dojo, which is number 5. Okay, number 6 and 7 and 8, I wish to address that currently we do not have any parking on site. Most of our students are young children that get dropped off by their parents. Some of our instructors, they will take the subway. We have a wonderful facility that has a GO station, the main subway station. We have streetcars and buses nearby. So we do not have any parking currently for the facilities. Okay, number 9 are recreational use. Because our recreational use borders an existing residential to the north, there's a need to have a buffer, which we do not have. It's a current condition. So we cannot maintain the 6.1. It's an existing condition, which is number 9. Number 10, because our rear yard borders a residential to the north, to the south as well, we cannot provide this pedestrian access. Okay. Number 11, the maximum height that we're achieving, because now the basement, we're asking for a little bit more headroom in the basement to allow us to practice with sticks. It's now increasing.
I'll ask for your final comment now, please.
Okay, so my final comment is when we first started this process, I reached out to the planner. The planner made us aware that the city had undertaken in 2019 to do a Main Street planning study, and they identified this specific our specific site as one that they wanted in a tremendous intensification for. So there's a study done in 2019 that has identified our site to have our height of 33 meters. So we do not, they asked us to wait.
Your time is up. Okay, then let's go to the, Madhu, we have one or three speakers standing by? Okay.
Chairman, could we clarify that the applicant was using the same variance numbers that we have? Because the fence that he referred to is not number 9, and there was something else that the numbers seem different from what we have.
Applicant, let's go back to the applicant here, and ask applicant, what document are you referring to when you're referring to the variances by number?
Should be the same as you. So number 9 was the proximity. So because we're a recreational use, that was number 9.
Number 9 has to do with the height of the first floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the applicant is referring to the zoning review, not the public hearing notice.
Oh, okay. So maybe just for clarity for anybody that's objecting or concerned, the numbers that you've used, Mr. Applicant, that they're not the ones that the people that are going to be speaking have for the variances. They're using the ones that are posted on the screen.
Okay. Can I see which one refers to the fence?
Actually, I had that one a minute ago. Just a second. The width, the landscape strip width, oh, it's 14 and 15, sorry.
Okay.
Number 14 and number 15 are the two that one has to do with the fence.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one has to do with the 1.5 meter landscape strip, which presumably would be along the north and the south. And you said that you're not providing them, but that's an existing condition.
Yeah, correct. So number 14, if when we abut our residential along the south and north, we're at the 0 lot line. Along the western side, the back, so our west existing wall is actually a laneway. There's an easement that provides access for our south co-op to drive through this easement in order for them to access their underground parking. So there is no ability for us to put a fence there at all. Basically the fence will be right up against our building, and we would not have egress from our building.
Okay, let's then just hold by or stand by. Are we good now with the speaker standing by? Let's have that speaker join us, please, by stating your name.
Guillermo, you've been unmuted.
Is this, this is Guillermo Gabrieli. I presented the 17 point, which I think constitute not a minor variance, but a major, and it's significant in many aspects, changing the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, Mr. Gabrielli, you have 5 minutes to present your application. Go ahead, or your comments. Please go ahead. Mr. Gabrielli, go ahead and present us with your comments. Okay. All right, we'll just take a moment while we reconnect.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Guillermo. You've been unmuted.
Yeah, but I'm also on the computer, and I cannot unmute myself. I see that I've been unmuted. What I asked is to put up the email that I sent with all the 17 variations requested, which I think are significant, as stated, especially the height of the building, the lack of, all the variations are significant.
Let's just see if we can pull that up here. Hang on for a second. We're looking for
Yeah. Yep.
Is
So
that it? Okay.
I think they speak. Oh, no, the email that I sent. That's not me. Well, okay, so somebody, is that edited? Okay, yeah, that's the email. Yeah, so they're all significant variations, which especially the height of the building, the areas that are being increased, 50%, 47%, number two, it's, 466% increase. So I don't know how they can label this as minor variance when they're major variances. So yeah, I object based on the, I guess, the increases that are being requested, and also the character of the neighborhood being affected, especially with the parking as well as the heights and the shadows it will cast on buildings next to it.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it was mislabeled as a minor variation. I don't know how somebody can say these are minor variations.
Okay. Any questions for this speaker panel? No. Very good. So moderator, there are no further speakers standing by, correct? Oh, there is one more. Okay. So we'll go on now to the next speaker who is standing by to address the panel.
Robin, you've been unmuted.
Oh, okay, thank you. I really don't have any technical expertise, but I know all these variances are being broken. So, but my question is, it's not really clear what's meant by the rear second story and third story. I haven't seen the plans except for on my phone right now, and I can't understand them. But my concern with this construction is traffic control and placement of large construction equipment to accomplish the proposed plan. There's really no wiggle room in the back or in the front of 210 Main Street. Our underground parking access is just south of 210, and it would be severely hampered by large equipment. Worse, if construction starts in the winter, where access can be tricky just because of the weather. There's no parking provided for the, I guess, variance 4, that would be addressing the parking, no parking being provided for the new tenants that would be on the third story. I guess variance 14 is my main concern. Not that there's no fence, but the building, there's not even a foot space between us and them. And I live in the co-op, and I'm right on the edge of that building on the corner. So I just feel that the construction will inevitably affect our property regarding trees and garden, and there are already roof drainage issues in our garden from this building. So I can't see a major construction would be feasible just for the equipment that's needed to complete it, and that's my concern.
Thank you very much. Okay. Just to comment to you on those construction issues you cited, and that is that they are serious and they are real. The Committee of Adjustment this morning is simply looking at these minor variance requests, and the Committee of Adjustment does not actually have authority over construction issues. Another department within the city would look after that, and if there were issues in the were this to be approved, and there were issues that you thought were being badly handled, you could address those to the city's government. But your other concerns regarding setback and so on, parking, we'll ask the applicant to address. And applicant, you have 5 minutes now to come back and speak in rebuttal to the two speakers.
Hi. So yeah, regarding construction, I think any urbanized site construction is certainly a collaborative effort. We watched our neighbor to the north being constructed, and we had the same concerns. We managed to work together to also allow access to the co-op as well while they were while they were under construction. So we bore the same concerns you had. Okay, regarding height and density for Mr. Guillermo, again, I wish to reiterate that with the 2019 report, we are recommended and encouraged to build 33 meters. We do not want to build 33 meters. We only want to build 16 meters, which is half of what the city wants to encourage based on the GO station, the subway, the buses. This is a very unique public transportation site that's been identified, and we want to have an intensification in these corridors. Fortunately, we do not have the capacity to build 33 meters. We only want to rebuild what is there. Regarding parking, as I stated, you guys are more than welcome to come to our dojo. Most of our students are very young students. They get dropped off, and their parents will come and pick them up. They'll drop them off. The instructors, they will take the subway. It's been functioning for 15 years. We do not have any requirement for parking.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for the applicant at this stage? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Could I just clarify with the site plan that's on the screen, the property that to the north is that the existing apartment building? Because if it's not that shape, it runs along the street. So I'm confused by the drawing. Is the existing apartment building the building on the bottom of the screen, on the south or on the north?
Ours is the white building.
Yeah, and then I'm just trying to get a handle on the adjacent neighbors, because you've got two variance requests that affect the provision of a landscape strip and fencing where you abut residential uses. So you abut residential uses both on the north and the south, right?
As well as on the west, the west as well.
Okay.
But there's
the drawing that is here says it's 210 and 212 Main Street. Is that your entire site, or is your site a portion of that?
It's the entire. It's the entire from. It's from the Main Street on the right-hand side.
Yes.
All the way to the. You see where it says building? If you zoom into the perfect. Go to the left a little bit, please. Pan down. Perfect. See where it says edge of building?
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly where it is today, and that's the edge of pavement. And there's the easement that you can see, the 8.23. That's an existing easement that basically provides.
So the bylaw requirement for the 1.5 meter of soft landscaping and the fencing would in fact apply to both your north and south property boundary.
Correct.
And then your existing building actually extends to those property boundaries.
We want to rebuild exactly what is there today. Nothing more.
So
nothing
what is there
less.
now goes right to those two property boundaries, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Very good. Let's then take the application into committee. Ms. Chan.
Okay, I can start. I have no problem supporting this application because, first of all, it is an existing use. They're just expanding it. And also, they also are keeping it upstairs as a residential use. And I do not see that the expansion of the same use will impact this, the neighborhood. And if you look at the site, actually, they have much taller building on both sides. And I have really little problem with this project. I will be in support, given I think it's a very good use of the site. And since there's a need, they can expand the use. And I think it's a supportive project.
Very good. Mr. Byatt?
I'd just like to again echo Ms. Chan's comments. I also noted that the two letters in opposition that were fairly well identical issues raised were from folks that are south of this particular site. And so they already face I believe it's the co-op residences. On the east side of them, they face the co-op building, which is a multi-story building. So they would have no issue with shadow being cast on their homes at all. And as Ms. Chan pointed out, the proposed construction is on an existing site. It's not deviating at all. In fact, will be quite an improvement for that neighborhood. So again, this is a project that I would be quite willing to support.
Very good. Anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I'm happy to move for approval with the condition, forestry condition number 2, I think.
Thank you very much. That's seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is so approved. At this stage, I'm going to ask for direct a 10-minute recess, and we shall resume at 1:05 p.m. So in recess for 10 minutes.
Great.
Mike at Roshan. Leave a message.
After leaving a message, you can hang up or
We resume. And we resume on item number 9, 120 Nassau Street. On this application, the panel has before it applicants submitted materials. We have a revised set of site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Presentation material received from the agent, November 7. There is a commenting report from Community Planning, November 16. And there is support in the form of 14 form letters signed by owners on Fitzroy Terrace, Lippincott Street, Wales Avenue, Nassau Street, Markham, Oxford Street, Denison Road, Bathurst Street, and Claremont Street. So let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Are you hearing me?
Hear you now, yes. Please state your
Hello?
name.
Oh, good. Hi, I'm David Footman. My address is 119 Front Street, Colborne, and I'm here regarding 120 Nassau Street.
Very good.
And I have a few things to say. It's probably the most minor variance we've had today. We have massive neighborhood support. We have city planner approval after modification.
Just a sec, David.
It is a modest addition to a small house.
David, we are getting some reverb. I'm going to ask the moderator to.
Oh, should I stand back? Is that better?
That should be better, yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, it's the distance. Hi.
Hi again.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, David.
Hello.
We can hear you, but there's a little bit of
Hi.
delay. So just speak a little bit slowly. Please.
Okay, so if I speak slower, is it better?
Yes.
Anyway, there's no objections to this proposal. I think it's appropriate. I leave it up to you to make your decision, and I will respond to any of your concerns.
Let's see if anyone on the panel has questions for you. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed that the letters of support don't include the attached, semi-detached owner. Have you had conversations with that person, and are they in support?
I don't know if they're in support, but they're not objecting. I don't think we have any objections.
Sorry, I didn't hear that at all.
I'm not sure if they'd support or not, but they don't object to the proposal.
Okay.
I guess the question is, did you have conversation or consultation with the other half of the semi?
I believe the owners talked to all the neighbors, yes.
And let me ask you this. What is the existing depth of the structure?
It's marked on the plan you're looking at there. It matches the neighbors.
I'm asking you what the
No,
existing, the existing depth is.
It
Could you
shows
answer?
the existing footprint. And then the neighbor 2 doors down is a proposal. So the neighborhood has buildings of this length. And there's no variance required for landscape open space. So the addition still allows for the appropriate landscape area.
David?
Yes.
My question.
Hello?
My question, David, to you is, in meters, what is the existing depth of the structure?
17.97.
Thank you very much.
So we are asking for an additional variance with 3.89 extra meters. And we have the support, and it's appropriate. There are other lots in the neighborhood that are built completely to all sides of the lot. It's a dense urban area, and we're not after a very large. This is not a large proposal. It's a little addition on a small house.
Panel members, does anyone else have a question on this application? I'm not hearing any, so now we have is Mr. Priorella with us? No. So we have no one standing by to speak. Panel, there's no one standing by to speak on this application. So let's take it into committee for either a motion or comments. Go ahead. Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I would agree with the applicant that the urban fabric in this area is actually quite dense. There are many homes which have already sought to maximize the very small lots that they are on. This is a structure that is right across from Toronto Western. I don't think, given its proximity to Kensington and some of the built form in that area, that it would be out of character at all. I think it's a supportable application, and I'm happy to move approval. I don't believe oh yes, there is a planning condition, pardon me.
Okay, motion there. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Byatt seconds. So it is moved and seconded to approve subject to planning. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote is unanimous. To carry the motion, the application is approved. Thank you. Number 10 is 313 Shaw Street. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Hello.
Hello. Yes,
Can you
hello.
hear me?
Please state your name.
My name is Sarush Kalustian. I'm the applicant for this file. at
Very
313.
good. Okay. Sarush, just hang on a second. I'm going to ask the panel members if they have questions for you. Or panel members, anyone? Question? There don't appear to be any. Saruj, is there any one thing we should know about your application?
Well, I think the variances are pretty clear and the drawings speak for themselves, so I don't really have anything particular to say. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, though.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is a supportable application as well. I don't see that there are any negative implications to it. I think it fits in well with the community. I'd like to move approval of it subject to there is a planning condition and also a condition that requires that there be a privacy screening on the north and the south edges of the rear deck.
Thank you.
Or actually, third floor terrace is the better way of identifying it.
Okay, thank you. That's seconded by Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to so approve the application. Those in favor, please show of hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. The application is approved. Number 11 is 170 Lappin Avenue.
Good afternoon, committee. This is Robin Heater from Robin Heater Architect. I am representing the owner of the property.
Very good. Stand by for a moment, please. And I'm just going to read into the record the materials that we are looking at. We have those submitted by the applicant. We have a cover letter from the owner, November 1st. There is commenting report from Urban Forestry, November 16. And there is support from 168 Lappin in the form of a written submission. Okay. We have the agent with us. Panel, any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a remarkable front yard. My only question had to do with what is the reason for the garbage enclosure? Is it because it's difficult or impossible to get materials from the backyard into the front yard, or is there something else?
That is correct. The bins don't actually fit along the side of the house to be able to store them at the back. The owner has been storing her bins on the porch and would rather not do that because she does use her residence as a business as well. And with COVID, her clients wait outside. So she'd rather them not sit beside garbage bins. So she can't store them in the back because they don't fit.
Now, basically, the entire front yard is filled with a variety of rather interesting plant material.
That's correct. So the owner is actually a former landscape architect. And so she takes special care with her gardens and her knowledge of vegetation. Her garden has actually been used by different universities for studying bee activity. And it's quite a native diverse garden, which she is intending to maintain. The design was based on maintaining as much of that as possible.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clay.
Sure. So I did more of a comment. I was actually surprised to see this come forward as a variance to require a variance for an ancillary structure in the front yard, which is basically storage or a garbage bin. I think it's probably fair to say that those types of structures are fairly common in many parts, many neighborhoods across Toronto. I was surprised that it requires permissions. And frankly, my own view would be it should be as of right, because I think storing your bins in a shed or something of that nature is a whole lot more attractive than what we generally see is those bins dispersed in front yards or on porches and such. So I think it's a great idea. I was just surprised, frankly, that this type of structure required a variance.
Yeah, and I think what triggered it is that we went to the building department for a permit for the rebuilding of the front porch that's in disrepair, and in the process, this got triggered by that. But I was a little bit surprised as well because it's more of a screening than a full building enclosure.
Mr. Byatt.
Yeah, and I'd argue it's a whole lot more attractive than staring at blue and green bins.
I would agree with you.
Mr. Byatt, please. Mr. Byatt, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. In the purpose mentioned the walkway, I think I don't have that up on the screen with me, but I think it's redoing the walkway. Is that a reference to the stairs or to the pathway that we're looking at?
So the walkway is existing. So we are just having to re-pour the concrete because it's not in very good condition. And we are trying to expand. There's a concrete curb right now running along the pathway in the garden, and we're trying to get rid of that concrete curb and gain a little bit more actually soft landscaping with this lower profiled garden edging. So that is all, to do with the redoing of the stair and the condition of the pathway currently.
Would you consider the reconstruction of the pathway? You mentioned concrete to using. I believe there's the materials called porous concrete now that's available, or alternately some form of permeable material so that it adds to the porosity of that space.
I can discuss it with the client. Unfortunately, she's not with me today. I wouldn't want to commit her to one material over another. Part of the reason that we did still stay to this concrete, and I can look into the porous concrete option, is that she's also looking for a surface that's easily maintained in the winter. Because it's a client entrance, she doesn't want to take chances with ice buildup or things of that nature. But I can definitely talk to her about it.
Thank you.
Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with my colleague Larry that I'm surprised to have this before us as well, and I think it's commendable. It's a great way of dealing with garbage bins in the front yard when you can't get to the backyard. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to forest condition number 1. It's a remarkable front yard, and I think that this just further makes it something that hopefully people will copy. In terms of the porous paving of the walkway, I personally would not suggest putting that in as a condition. The applicant is a landscape architect, and I have confidence that she's well aware of issues of porosity and would do the right thing. I don't think the condition in this case is necessary. The walkway is extremely small, and the entire front yard is planted.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt.
Did I say forestry condition number 1? If I didn't, I meant to. Okay.
Yes, you did. Yes, it is. So moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. Those in favor, show of hands. Unanimous vote. Motion carried, application approved. Thank you. Number 12 is 14 Killarney Road. We're looking at the submitted materials. There's an arborist report and materials from the agent on 16 and 18 November. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry and 4 form letters in support from Hillholm Road, Killarney Road, and Forest Hill Road. So, agent, please join us. State your name.
It's Mr. Bronskill, and I just had a brief volume issue.
Very good. You're with us now. Okay, good.
Thank you. Apologies, sir.
Panel members, any questions for the agent? Anyone wanting a presentation? Question, Mr. Nipfel.
Just a very quick one. In regard to overlook to adjacent properties, is there an overlook problem from, I have to refer to my notes here, is there an overlook problem from the 2 rear balconies or not? I don't like putting screening on unless it's absolutely necessary.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, I missed a part of that question. I don't know if it was my internet or yours, Mr. Nipfel.
I think Carl, repeat, please.
Okay, Mr. Bronskill, is there 2 rear balconies? Is there an overlook privacy issue with the balconies, or is there a need for privacy screening? That was my question.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't think so in this instance. There are 2. There's one that's located on the 2nd floor off the master bedroom, and then there's one on the 3rd floor to provide amenity space, or if I can call it that, off one of the bedrooms. Both of them are 4 square meters if you see them on the plans, which is the general bylaw requirement. So they're not large spaces. I think at most it's a place to sit, maybe have a coffee. They're not the type of larger spaces with which you might typically see those screens.
Okay, thanks. I agree with you.
Thanks, sir.
Chair, I wonder if David, I wonder if could you just, the depth,
yes.
It obviously sticks out quite a bit. Is that a result of the main floor outdoor room, or is that the basement extension? Maybe you could just describe the reason for the depth, or the length, I think it is.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one with the architect's help we were anticipating, because it's always difficult on these plans to see it. What I'm going to do is give you a few numbers as I just kind of walk up the plans. On the color plan that you see in front of you, where the stairs come down and then turn and then continue to go down to the backyard, there's an excavation under the landing and stairs that are closest to that ground floor portion, and that's where the length or depth is ultimately measured to. And so in the basement, there's a bit of an excavation under that outdoor room and under that portion of the stairs. So the basement itself is 22.09 meters, but then there's 1.83 underneath that outdoor room and the stairs. And that's what, when combined, gives you the overall length or depth. What the architects then helpfully did for me, because I sort of asked the question, what about the above grade portions? Okay. Most of the ground floor, with the exception of the breakfast nook, which is that hatched area next to the outdoor room and the stairs in that area, if you exclude that breakfast nook, the ground floor is 19.04 meters. With the 1-story breakfast nook there, the ground floor is 22.09 meters. Then on the 2nd floor, the most of the depth is 17.51 meters. There is, and we're seeing this all the time, sort of a bump out for a bathtub. It's 2.03 meters. So the second floor, including that little bump out for the bathtub area, is 19.54 meters, but most of it is now down to 17.51. And then the third floor, obviously, with all of the stepping, is much more reduced. It's 11.43 meters, although if you include the architectural projections in that third floor, it's 12.75 meters. So the length and depth do reduce as you go up through the house.
Okay, thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Clay, if you wanted to ensure that the length and depth was deployed as I've just described, we'd have no issue about a condition being substantially in accordance with the site plan, because that would ensure what you're seeing on that site plan is actually produced, and the ground floor doesn't project further, the second floor wouldn't project any further. To put another way, we couldn't use that length or depth to move that massing around in a way that might be more impactful. So we'd have no issue securing that site plan.
Thanks. We may do that. In these neighborhoods, often when we see lengthy buildings, there's neighbors are kind of get their attention. So has your client spoken with the adjacent neighbors?
Yes, the client did do the usual reach out. One of the neighbors was very helpful getting back, had a few listed requests. Oh, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. We got right into this, and I should have confirmed. I apologize. I should have confirmed that variance 2 related to the setback for the rear platform area for the outdoor room should be removed. I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Listen, very good. We can still do that. You're in good time. Your timing is in time. So
thank you. That was part of what we had discussed and negotiated with the neighbor. That's it. That one there should be removed.
So we are at your request removing variance number 2
please.
From the application. Okay.
And that pulls the outdoor room a little bit further away from number 16. There were some other design matters discussed with that neighbor. We thank them for coming forward and through the architect's office and our client having those discussions. Some of it related to moving around where the barbecue would be, some of it related to window placements, but that variance has to be removed in accordance with what we did promise to that neighbor. My understanding was on the base of those discussions, that neighbor no longer had any concerns.
Very good. So we're now dealing with an amended application, and I think we've captured that. So there we are. Panel, is anyone ready? Let's go into committee on this. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'll carry on with this one, Chair. This is a neighborhood characterized by large homes, large lots. The proposed changes, in my view, are quite in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I do like the fact that the second and third stories are set back a little bit. It does reduce the overlook and concern from neighbors. But a good explanation on the depth. I appreciated that. I think it's a supportable application. I'm prepared to move approval subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, the approval of the amended application, which removes variance number 2.
Quite so. Thank you. That is seconded by Ms. Chan. So,
would you consider a friendly amendment? I think Mr. Bronskill offered to have the approval tied to the site plan, and I was going to suggest that it be also tied to the west elevation, which shows the terracing.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. I was going to do that. I'd forgotten, but that absolutely.
Okay, so the amended motion to the amended application is seconded by Ms. Chen again. Okay, very good. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the amended motion to the amended application, and the application is so approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We move on to number 1334, Chestnut Park. And on this application, We have simply the submitted materials. There is a file of 11 photographs of the dwelling existing, and there is a commenting report from Heritage Planning. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Good afternoon, panel members. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. State your name, please.
My name's Eric Thomas. I am the authorized agent for the homeowner, John Kao, at 34 Chestnut Park. I'd also like to note that the homeowner, John Kao, is also in virtual attendance for this meeting.
Very good. Okay.
So to bring...
Just a sec. Eric,
Yeah.
I'm going to see if the panel members have a desire for a presentation or whether they would like to put questions to you directly. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't need a presentation. I just have a question of whether Mr. Thomas is aware of the Heritage report, and if so, what his position is on that report.
Yes, I am definitely aware of the report. We actually have been in dialogue with the Committee of Adjustment, and actually just yesterday had resubmitted drawings, and what we're proposing to do is remove the one-story side addition from the current proposal and just move forward with the second-story addition, and this would allow us to have dialogue and negotiate and work with Heritage on that side addition that was noted. And in that...
Excuse me, is that the clear story greenhouse
Yes,
conservatory?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, we are proposing to remove that for now and move forward. We have submitted the drawings and accompanying documentation that committee had required. And so yes, we're just looking to move forward with the second floor addition.
Does that remove the Heritage condition? It's a 6-month delay. It's a pretty substantial delay.
It is a substantial delay. So what they did note in the actual report, they did specifically comment that they have Heritage on the last page. There was a comment that Heritage had made was that they had no comments regarding the proposed rear addition and deck. So there was no opposition, no concerns from Heritage on that one.
Mr. Thomas, then let me just clarify with you. So the three minor variances that were on the public notice, those are the ones that we're dealing with. Do all of those stand in the situation which you've described of removing the clear story element?
So actually, another great point. The third variance requested is going to be struck from this application as it pertains to that side addition, the one-story side addition.
Okay, then. So,
Chair, doesn't the FSI change if we're not approving that side addition?
True. Yes, the FSI would drop down from 0.76 to 0.755.
Okay, let's capture these changes then. So 7.55 for minor variance number 1, and number 3 is struck and eliminated at your request.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what would be the floor space index in square meters?
Take your time.
Yeah, give me a second.
And while we're waiting for that, through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of application will also be amended to reflect the removal of variance number 3.
Yes, it will. Thank you.
So it will be reduced by 21.2 square meters for a revised total of 638.28 square meters. Actually, 26. No, 28. Sorry, 638.28 square meters.
Okay. So that panel is the amended application with which we are dealing. All right then. Let's then move into committee on this and move to a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's been removed was the only thing I had any difficulty with on this application. I think the rest of the application is quite consistent with the existing building and with the neighborhood. I don't see that there are any negative implications. So I would like to move approval of the revised application. Do we need to say the revised purpose and the removal of variance and all subject to no, there are no other conditions, I don't believe.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve the amended application. All in favor, please show hands. Vote is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Unanimously, and the application is so approved. The amended application, so approved. Thank you. We move on to number 14, 12, CLUNY Drive. On this application before us are those materials submitted with the application. So, tree protection plan, a cover letter from the agent, July 7, an arborist report, a Committee of Adjustment decision from 2017, and a Toronto Preservation Board decision PB 30.6. There is a report from Urban Forestry and staff reports from TRCA, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, Urban Forestry, and Heritage Planning. We have correspondence in interest from 10 CLUNY, and there is support from 4 CLUNY and 52 Rosedale Road. Okay, so moderator, we have one person standing by here to speak? Yes, we do. So let's have the agent join us.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean McGaffey. I'm a senior associate with W&D Associates, and my address is 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, Toronto, Ontario, M4P 2Y3.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to present your application. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'd first like to start and thank everyone who's been involved in this project over the past 2.5 years, including the residents and neighbors who've worked with the team on the proposed design. I'm pleased to say I'm here before you today with both adjacent neighbors supportive of the proposal and that our client will continue to involve them in the development process. In the HCD plan applicable to South Rosedale, the area is characterized as a park-like setting with the best examples of Canadian architecture of their time set within its landscape and curvilinear streets. I've been fortunate enough to work with this team on replacement homes or addition projects within this neighborhood on a number of occasions, and it's my opinion that this replacement house is appropriate, maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan, the zoning bylaw, and that individually and collectively the variances are minor in nature. The application proposes to replace the existing 3-story home with a new 3-story home designed by Hariri Pontarini Architects in consultation with ERA Architects, who handled the heritage impact study and arborist reporting. There's an associated landscaping plan that provides for a reflecting pond, retained mature trees, green roof elements, and a lap pool within the side yard. Access to parking is fully screened from the street and locates all vehicle movements and storage below grade, where a stacking system is employed to allow for car storage without commensurate increases in the basement footprint area. Now, generally, you see these create pit-like conditions along the public realm, and to avoid this, the driveway rises slightly before dipping down beneath a green roof in the side yard. In terms of the path of this application, we started first with the TRCA in order to develop the appropriate setbacks from the stable top of bank in the rear, and of course to inform the calculation of permitted density in this zone. In terms of the setback, the proposal maintains the existing habitable space setback on the site, with the third floor pulled back an additional 5.7 meters beyond the second floor. There hasn't been any concerns raised from TRCA, Heritage, Planning, Transportation, or Forestry. Consultation was undertaken with Heritage Planning staff from the very start, who've reviewed and provided input in the iterative design process, and through this work, that study was done on the proposed height, the roof elements, and how it fits ultimately within the rhythm of the street along CLUNY Drive. From a density perspective, the proposal is consistent with the prevailing patterns along CLUNY, with examples of 5 CLUNY at 0.83, 27 CLUNY at 1.06, 4 CLUNY at 1.36, and 7 CLUNY at 0.80. The design presents to the street as a set of competing shed-style roofs with large projecting dormer elements and prominent chimney features, which are a nod to the architectural character of the area and a contemporary interpretation. The proposed cladding is a mix of natural bronze, honed fleury-cut Algonquin limestone, and slate. If you're familiar with the work of Mr. Hariri at the Tom Patterson Theatre in Stratford, or even up the street at 27 CLUNY Drive, you'll note similar high-quality material considerations. HPS staff have supported the demolition of the existing construction and its replacement with this application before you to the Preservation Board, which was ultimately adopted by City Council earlier this year. With respect to concerns raised about trees within the adjacent side yard at 10 CLUNY Drive, the two owners have come to a mutual agreement and developed a replanting and replacement plan to ensure they have input in the landscape design moving forward. Of course, all necessary permits will be sought and required, and I submit this is the proper order of operations for dealing with these matters. With respect to the second floor balcony, I consulted personally with the owner of 18 CLUNY Drive, including on-site and over email and phone, and I'd like to note that we'll be revising the second floor balcony element so that it limits the projection from the rear main wall to a maximum of 1.5 meters, though maintains the size sought before you today. In this event, there is no required change to the minor variances, and I would turn your attention to item 14-D, which is the revised roof plan that illustrates this. I spoke earlier about the park-like setting and views to the ravine being a key consideration of development, not only within the neighborhood, but particularly this site. In this case, the proposal provides for an open view corridor between 10 and 12 CLUNY, acknowledging the original side hall center entry development pattern, and provides a 10.86 to over 19 meter separation with 10 CLUNY Drive. In consideration of this, you can see the building is organized into distinct volumes, which push and pull on the site, creating varying setbacks and visual interest. The northern portion extends deeper into the site, where the adjacent building to the north is aligned with a 0 meter lot line setback. The southern portion has an above grade length of 18.51 meters. In terms of considerations and conditions, it's appropriate to apply typical forestry, HPS, and substantially in accordance language to ensure these site-specific matters are secured, and as well a condition to speak
I must
to
ask you now for your final comment, please.
Yeah, and I just the condition on 1.5 meters for the second floor balcony, and I'm happy to address any comments or questions from members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have opposition speaker standing by. Do you want to ask questions now? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I think it's relevant, Chair. Before us in our materials, we have correspondence from Forestry and Ravines recommending that we refuse variances 3 and 4, which are related to length and depth. I wonder if you'd mentioned that you've been speaking with Forestry and they were okay, but it would seem otherwise. Can you comment on that?
Sure. So I actually haven't been provided with a forestry staff report, if there is one. It's also not part of the materials on the application information center that I currently have before me. I would suggest that if their concern is with variances 3 and 4, that really it's the northern portions of the building that drive that length. Like I mentioned, the portion of the southern piece of the building above grade is 18.159, and as well, the building tapers along the southern side yard there. The portion below grade is located within the ravine TPZ from urban from tree N1, which is the thicker tree that you see here shown just northwest of 10 CLUNY Drive. And that's the tree, sir, that I've mentioned, the adjacent neighbor at 10 CLUNY Drive and the owner of or my client. They mutually wish to take that tree down and will be seeking permits for such.
I don't want to go through the whole report, but I'll quote what it says. Deny variances 3 and 4 as its approval may require the removal of bylaw protected trees number N1, 47, and 48. I'm not too sure which ones those are, but it sounds like there are 3 trees at risk.
Sure, and I can explain that. So tree number 48 is located in the northwest portion of the, I guess, development portion of the site before the ravine. If you see a red dashed box there, it's located immediately west of that. And sir, it's shown as to be preserved. So that tree will not be removed. It is a nice, healthy tree. Trees 48 and N1 are located along the southern property line here between tree 47 is a shared boundary tree between 10 and 12 CLUNY, and tree N1 is a tree on private property at 10 CLUNY Drive. Like I mentioned, both of these trees have been assessed by professional arborists, and they're comfortable with taking them down. They are quite old and could be potentially hazardous, and we will be taking that through the further RNFP and urban forestry permit process.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, actually, I have a similar question, but it's to do with the wind and natural feature protection. Can the staff please bring up the email that contained that comment? It's page in our materials, page 582. There's an email. Yes, zoom in on the top. Yeah, yes. My question is, they recommend to deny this application and says condition 3 memo attached. I just like to clarify, where is the memo and what is condition 3?
I'd like to clarify that none of this is available on the AIC right now as well. And this is the first that we're seeing this email correspondence or memo.
What I mean, you said that you have.
Just a second, Ms. Chan. Ms. Chan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to ask Sarah to scroll down on this document, and that memo is right there. So they're requesting denial of variance number 3 and 4.
But then they also, excuse me, they also say that if despite those recommendations, if we approve it, in this memo, they suggest that we do condition number, I think that's condition number 1. And then there's a second memo, the one following this, and it's the chart, and it recommends conditions 1 and 2. So it sounds as though the recommendation is to deny 3 and 4, or alternatively, if we see merit in proceeding without that, forestry conditions number 1 and 2 should be applied.
Yes, and I would have no objections to the forestry conditions, as I noted. I see this as the proper order of operations in going through the forestry permitting process. And I would note that denial of variances 3 and 4 would ultimately not allow this home to be constructed in the manner that's been approved by the Preservation Board and City Council. And I'll note that.
So that's helpful. Can I just clarify, when council approved the demolition, did they actually approve as well the building substantially in the form that's before us now?
They did, sir, and maybe I can, I included a copy of the City Council decision at, I think it's at tab E4 there for you. Perhaps if we can put that on the screen. And this condition language from the council decision is repeated in the latest heritage planning report. Oh, sorry, you'll have to go up. It's item E4 in your tab there for the City Council decision.
Give it a moment, please. That's important.
So you'll see there at thank you. So you'll see there at subsection 1, City Council approved the demolition of the heritage building at 12 CLUNY Drive, which is a C-rated structure in the HCD study, and that Council approved the replacement structure for 12 CLUNY Drive as shown in the plans and elevations submitted by the applicant prepared by Harry Monterini, and that the replacement structure be considered substantially in accordance with the submitted plans.
And that's what's before us now. The plans before us now are more or less the same as what council had seen.
That's correct, sir. And the matter of tree removals was actually discussed as part of the Heritage Preservation staff report to the Preservation Board and City Council. And so both the Preservation Board, Heritage staff, and Council have had this sort of tree consideration before them. And really the only change I'll note as a result from these May 14, 2021 plans is the revision to the balcony that I noted earlier, which was developed to address the concerns of the neighbor at 18 CLUNY Drive. Otherwise, all the plans are the same. Thank you.
It's great. Thank you.
Mr. McGaffey, could I just clarify another question? I think it'll affect anybody who's speaking. I've got the proposed second floor plan up on my computer. I didn't follow the change you're making to the second floor balcony, because the question I had in my notes was whether that balcony needed to be screened, and I gather the changes are to obviate that so that you don't need to screen it. And I'm wondering is there a drawing that shows what it is you're proposing on the second floor?
There is, sir, and I think you'll find it at tab 14D. It was a late item added with the help of Mr. Jacob Naidu, and I appreciate him for that. What I did, sir, was take the roof plan and annotate it for how we plan to revise this deck. If we can't get that plan up, I'll speak to the second floor plan before you right now. But
if we could get the roof plan up, that would be good, because if this is approved, we should call up a drawing, and so we need a drawing that shows what you're proposing to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was the reason I filed that plan so that I could keep my word to the owner of 18 CLUNY that we would be seeking this change, sir.
I don't know if we have that drawing. I don't have it in my package, at least not revised.
It's an annotated figure that I prepared, and I was advised that it should be under late filing 14D revised roof plan. Apologies, that's just the information I have to help guide you here. So maybe if we scroll to the end of subsection D here, we'll see it. Oh, wherever you just were under supplementary, I just saw it in the tab there. 14F2, letter of interest, heritage staff report. I have it on my screen here, though I know I can't share that.
Just give us a second. We're just going to get it up on the screen.
Just a moment, please. Let's just pause while we get the related drawing on the screen. It'll tell us so much.
And this drawing will basically show the agreement you've come to with the adjacent owner.
It's a little complicated, so I'll help walk you through it. But here we're just looking at an annotated version of the roof plan. So everything you see in green is green roof. What you see
the blue one's the revised. The pale blue is the revised balcony, right?
Pale blue is the revised balcony, sir. And what you can see is we've really taken the balcony that projected lengthwise. I guess I'll use the term hot dog style. But we're rotating it so that it's aligned along the main wall, so it doesn't project as far, but still provides the same area. And what you see there in the black lines, sir, along the north sides are marked privacy screens. We will be undertaking to provide some form of privacy screening, either through the form of landscaping or back-posted with some form of sandblasted glass. We'll be developing that in consultation with the owner of 18 CLUNY, Ms. Condos.
And if we refer to this in a decision, we could say that the second floor balcony is to be constructed as indicated in blue on, and is this drawing got a number, or is it?
Yes, we
the
can.
Revised roof plan, right?
I'd be happy to tie it to this plan, sir, or as well, even just applying a condition to that variance to limit a projection to 1.5 meters.
So this is referred to as 14D revised roof plan?
Yes, sir.
That's its official name, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can refer to it as the proposed roof plan dated November 23rd.
Ah, even better.
Thanks very much, Mr. McGaffey.
Thank you. Happy to answer any other questions.
Are there any other questions? No, in that case, let's take, oh no, in that case, we have a speaker standing by patiently to speak on this. So let's have that speaker join us, moderator.
Sophia, you are unmuted.
I am unmuted, thank you. I am the owner of 18 CLUNY Drive, and which is the immediate neighbor to the north. And Mr. McGaffrey is correct. We do have an agreement in principle.
Just one moment, please state your name for the record.
Sophia Condos.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm the owner of 18 CLUNY Drive, the immediate neighbor to the north. And Mr. McGaffrey is correct in that we have a tentative agreement subject to the approval of the committee as to the second-story balcony, subject to formalizing it on the drawings in terms of orientation, dimensions, location, and of course, screening details. But I cannot speak to or approve the other variances at this time. The timeline to review the details in the drawings was very short. Although I had reached out to the owner months ago to be included in discussions and drawings that were provided to 10 CLUNY Drive, I was not forwarded any details. And my notice came late for the hearing today, but I immediately contacted Mr. McGaffey to meet on the property. The first time I met or was given drawings was November 17th last week. Nevertheless, I tried to assemble a team and was rejected by 3 planners, 1 architectural firm, and 1 lawyer. As they all cited, there just wasn't enough time to review the file to meet the deadline. Most anticipate at least 1 month of review necessary. I need expert advice to understand the impact of these variances on my home. For example, I've been told now I'll need an expert to speak to the reverse slope driveway and any water flow issues that may arise. I'm respectfully requesting a deferral so I can hire the appropriate people to inform me on the various impacts to me and my home. I feel Mr. McGaffey and the owners of 12 CLUNY Drive and I've made tremendous progress in 24 hours, but I wish we'd done this months ago. I'm optimistic we can continue and work together and resolve this. The owners have spent years designing the home, assembling an impressive team, dealing with Heritage Committee and of course the ravine, and yet I'm just getting the information now. So a short deferral will give us the opportunity to review the details and hopefully I can come back to the committee in full support. So I'm respectfully requesting a deferral.
Okay, then, fine. That would be something the committee would have to decide. And committee members, anyone with a question here for this speaker? I'm not hearing any, so, well.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
A very quick question. Ms. Condos, excuse me. If I was to ask you what concerns you have, you really, did I understand correctly, you're not confident that you could answer that question because you don't feel that you can respond to the application because you need some expert advice. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then. We will give the applicant an opportunity to respond to that. So let's go back to the applicant now. That's our only speaker standing by on this one, correct, moderator? Is there anyone else? Okay, so we'll go back now to the applicant. Applicant, what's your comment on that?
Well, I thank Ms. Condos for her positive comments here, but I do submit that I don't believe a deferral is necessary in this regard. With respect to concerns about the reverse slope driveway, those are well understood by the project team who have dealt with this condition on numerous occasions and are comfortable with the engineering requirements for such, and accordingly, there's no transportation comments before you today. The deferral is, again, not necessary, in my opinion. This application, as I noted, has been snaking its way through various levels of review. It's been publicly noted through the Preservation Board process and the City Council process, and we are here today to deal with the actual implementation of the project. Deferral is, in this event, unnecessary, and any of Ms. Condo's concerns can be appropriately addressed through the process with a good working relationship between my client and herself.
Very good. Okay, panel members, questions. I'm going to begin the questions with one about that reverse flow driveway. And my question to you is, you know, this the old one about below grade garages. If I was to take a basketball and put it at the front of the garage door, which way is it going to roll?
In this instance, sir, it's kind of an interesting question. If you were to stand at the garage door here, which is in the basement, and drop a ball, it will roll back towards the garage door, towards a trench drain system underground. But that portion of the garage, the whole sort of ramp portion down, is actually enclosed within the building. And so if you were to stand in the front yard and drop a basketball, you would roll back down towards the street. And that speaks to the idea of this, I'll call it the hump, where it helps to screen the view of the below grade portion from the street, and as well also allows us to extend a green roof over that portion of the driveway to screen it again from potential views from 18 CLUNY. When they're looking down, they don't, I'm sure they don't want to look down at the driveway. We can keep that nice landscaping character that you see within the neighborhood.
Okay.
So that's an interesting thing. So are you saying because it's covered, the slope portion, so you won't, if it rains, the water, some might collect in that drain system, but for the most part, the water won't actually, the rainwater won't actually go down the slope. It'll actually be covered by the roof. Is that?
I think in part, sir, that's correct. And I won't speak to the engineering aspects of it, but perhaps if I could turn your attention to the last page of the rendering package that was submitted, it shows the idea of this sort of hump and then dipping underground within the side yard. And we've developed these renderings that show with various levels of porosity for the landscaping to help illustrate this.
Just take a minute till we pull that up.
Well, regardless, you have some sort of system to collect water and discharge it somewhere, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's all engineered. There's been hydrogeotechnical work done on the site as part of the ravine investigation. So we are familiar with, where the groundwater levels are at and site infiltration in general with this project.
Okay, thank you.
Are we able to find that? Are you still looking? Are we, applicant, could you describe again the drawing that you were referring to?
Sorry, so we submitted a package. It should be called 12 CLUNY rendering package. And there was a series of 6 renderings in that package. The last image illustrates what I'm speaking to.
Thank you. Let's just take a moment.
You can also see the slopes for the driveway marked on the site plan and ground floor plan. It's a segmented slope, so there are portions at various different angles.
Roughly speaking, with this hump, the length of the driveway, about what percentage of the driveway slopes toward the street and what percent slopes backwards toward the garage?
If I had to assign a number to it here for the portion that's exposed, it's likely from the curb to where it dips underground, we're looking at maybe 4.5 meters of positive slope versus 5.4 meters of slope towards the ravine. It's just not independently dimensioned, so I'm hesitant to give you some specific numbers.
Okay. Okay. Okay then. Let's let's move on from that. All right, panel members, any other questions? I'm not hearing any. Let's move then into committee for discussion and moving toward a motion, please. Any thoughts anyone wants to express? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Well, just a comment. I think, you know, the salient thing that we have to consider is, you know, the email and recommendation from Forestry suggesting that we deny 2 variances. They do provide us with an out if we do wish to approve. We have a path forward. I found myself convinced by the agent on this one. There of the 3 trees in question, one there's an agreement to preserve, and if we do approve with a condition that they have to work with Forestry, I think there's a path to either accommodate some sort of mitigation or to deal with it appropriately as the guidelines for Forestry. So I don't like necessarily going against Forestry's recommendations, but I found myself convinced by the agent and the fact that this has been to and through council in substantially the form that's before us now. So I'm okay with the caveat that it requires further discussion with Forestry.
Very good, Ms. Chan, then Mr. Nipfel.
Yes, I will add that it seems that this project has been through quite a long process with by a group of professionals, and I'm sure that they will address a lot of technical issues and resolve with the building department in various requirements. And with the Forestry, condition, yeah, they do recommend us to put a condition on, and I have no problem with that. But if we were going to approve, I would like to also address the request by the neighbor. Maybe going forward, maybe they can sort of work with or do some more explanation for or answer any questions that their neighbor has, and then just to make them. It seems that her main problem is that she doesn't have enough time to review the drawings. Maybe the applicant can actually do that and maybe do some explanation. So yeah, so
Ms. Chan,
that's my comment.
on that topic, I was thinking about the neighbor's request to defer. Do you think there's any good reason for us to defer this application?
I agree with the applicant, because if the reason is to sort of time that she does not have enough time to hire a professional to review the drawings, but then did not specify what the specific issues are, and I do not think that there's a reason to defer the case here.
There's no reason for us to defer.
Chair, I'll weigh in on that. I would agree. I sympathize with the neighbor, but at the same time, statutory notice was given, and in fact, this has been in front of council now for some time. So I appreciate the concern, but there has been some discussions with the neighbor. They have agreed to make some change already, and I don't think the process is served very well by deferring this one.
I happen to agree with you. Okay. Mr. Nickel, you had a comment.
All that I'd like to add is that I don't agree with the deferral either. I do think that this application has gone through a lot of technical review and most of the issues have been addressed. The only point that I'd like to make to the applicant is when all this discussion was going on with different agencies of the government, it would have been appropriate to consult with the next door neighbor earlier. I don't know that when the matter has been in the public forum for such a long time that it would have been an inconvenience to initiate conversations with the neighbor earlier, which would have, I think, addressed almost all of the concerns. It sounds to me like when I went through the application, the issue that stood out to me was that second floor balcony. And it sounds as though that's already been addressed. So I personally don't have any difficulty with it. I don't think that deferral is going to serve the project or the community. And I would agree with him that hopefully the applicant will continue to work with the next door neighbor. I don't see putting a condition into that effect because it's difficult to enforce.
Thank you. Okay, is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the second floor balcony being designed and constructed in accordance with the drawing that we saw earlier, which I think was the revised roof plan received by the Committee of Adjustment on November the 23rd.
Yes.
Also, subject to forestry conditions number 1 and 2. I'm in the Deputy Secretary Treasurer's hands as to whether or not the Heritage Report, whether condition number B needs to be added. It's a condition that was suggested to Council, and I don't know if we need to reiterate it. It's on the second page of the Heritage Report. And I believe that's all. But I don't know whether to add this heritage condition or not, which is prior to the issuance of any heritage permit for the property, so on and so forth. It seems to me as though it's already covered.
Well, we can ask, if this is your motion, so let's ask the Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can include it.
We can
it
include
doesn't
it.
hurt. Yeah.
Okay. So it is included, therefore.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask a quick question? With regard to the RNFP refusal of 3 and 4, how does one word the circumvention, or is that necessary?
Right. We're simply going to include the forestry conditions rather than, I don't think we have to necessarily state that we are not going along with the recommendation. We simply state the forestry conditions. I think that'll do it. Yes. The Deputy Secretary Treasurer is nodding. So, is there a second? Is there a second then to that motion? It is seconded. Ms. Chan, I think, was first. It is therefore moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion carries and the application is approved. Taking us to number 15. Doris Drive. On this application, we're dealing with submitted materials, a revised site plan, floor plans, 3 photographs submitted, and a staff report from transportation. So let's have the applicant join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Carlos Salazar, and I'm the authorized agent for the homeowner, Janet Gooding.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members, questions here or moving to a motion? Anyone ready with the motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say, is there something you'd like to say, applicant?
Yeah, I just know, I reviewed the staff report recommendation from transportation.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to point out that the existing driveway is actually not obsolete, and that my client would like to use the driveway to park her car as she has for the last 20 years. She has never used the existing garage due to the limited width to park her car inside. It's just not enough width to be able to get out. Therefore, she has always parked on her driveway. We believe that the condition is not necessary, and we kindly request that the condition be removed. I have submitted a photo to show where she parks her car. Getting rid of the existing driveway will create a parking issue for my client as she's retired and needs a place to park her car.
So you don't want to see it restored to soft landscaping?
No, she's got no other place to park her car.
Mr. Chairman, if that's retained as a parking space, does it require another variance?
The obsolete driveway within the boulevard should be restored to soft landscaping and the curb cut faced at no cost to the city.
I submitted a photo just to give you
Let's
an
bring up
idea.
there's a photo apparently. Let's bring
So,
up that.
so with the
But
parking,
Mr. Chairman, I think the issue is that it's then not maintained as a driveway. It's being maintained as a front yard or a side yard. If that's a side yard, it's a parking pad. And does that mean that we need another variance? Because it's no longer a route to a parking space. It's the parking space.
I don't think that's the photo. Could you scroll down through the photographs, please? Maybe there's one that, okay, maybe this one is, I see a car there.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the driveway we're talking about?
That's the driveway, exactly. And that garage width, if she was able to, she won't be able to get out if she was to park the car inside. So she's been parking outside ever since she bought the home 20 years ago.
so that's on city property?
Most of it, yes.
So if it's on city property, a parking pad, I think Carl's right, you'd require a variance for parking.
Okay, I guess when I submitted for the zoning review, I should have shown the car. It wasn't picked up at the zoning review.
Yeah, I think maybe what they thought is that you were just eliminating your garage and eliminating your parking. But if you're planning to park on city property, then I think you need a permission to do that.
Okay, so do we defer our application so I can resubmit it?
Yeah, I think your site plan does not indicate any parking spaces, so you might have to put it on your site plan.
Right. I just noted it as interlocking paved driveway because that's what it was, but yeah.
Well, you know, the only variance in your application is about parking. A minimum of 1 parking space is required. In this case, 0 parking spaces will be provided. So, I think we don't.
Chair, I think it might be best just to defer this one so that the applicant can come back and clarify with city staff about what might be required.
I think that's probably the case. I think that's probably.
Yeah, it's very straightforward, but I guess it's a bit of a technicality here.
The problem is if we do it the wrong way, we're not doing you a favor because you won't be able to work with the decision. I agree with Larry. I think to be safe, we should defer it, and you should consult with the zoning administrator to see if you need a variance for the parking. Because when you talk to them, you need to clarify that this isn't a driveway anymore; it's a parking pad.
Right. And therefore, I might have to get a parking permit as part of zoning. Okay.
Okay, I think we can take this one into committee then and decide the topic. The question appears to be deferral. Any thoughts?
Chair, I'll just move deferral this application so that the applicant can consult further with city staff.
Second to that, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please show hands. And that motion carries. The application is deferred to permit discussion with the city. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can probably deal with items 16 and 17.
Okay. Together? Yep. We probably can. So let's do that. We're going to look at 16 and 17 together. They are 97 and 99 Yardley Ave. And on these applications we have before us submitted materials. There's an arborist report, presentation material from the agent, November 16, a number of past Committee of Adjustment decisions that relate to the property, and the municipal addressing affecting the subject property from July 2021. There is support, 5 form letters from Galbraith Ave and Yardley Ave. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leo Mastandrea. I'm the agent for the owners at 97 and 99 Yardley.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, so this is a situation in which a severance was refused back about 3 years ago. And panel members, any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Well, I think mostly, so this was refused by committee, went to TLAB, TLAB approved it, and now you're back in front of us. When TLAB approved it, did they not approve the variances that you requested, or what's before us that's different when it was in front of TLAB?
Yes, I can explain. So we started this process back in 2018, and since then there's been a lot of transition in the area. So the main difference is that we have the living space above the garage, which, as you can see from our photos, it makes sense to get that additional 200 square feet. And so that's why we're here today, because that's what the owners are requesting. And it is similar to what's been approved and consistent in the area. So that is the reason why we are here. The design has changed. The consent's already done. We're not.
Just 1 second. We're going to pull up those photos, please, of the photo that shows the area above the garage.
Yes. If you pull up photo page number 1, number 1 to number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or so essentially, the initial design did not have the space above the garage, and I think it makes sense to increase density where it's appropriate and consistent with the neighborhood. As you can see in the photos, that it is in the area, and it does make sense in my opinion.
Sorry to
Leo, what was above the garage before? I don't understand what you say. It didn't have the space above the garage. When you were before TLAB, because TLAB did rule on a number of variances.
Correct.
And so
the TLAB decision, we just did a normal 2-story house with no room above the garage, if you can understand what I'm saying. It's just a garage and then the second floor. Here we have the garage, then the living room, then the second floor. So it just gives us that extra 200 square feet above the garage that helps my client's needs. And planning has no concerns. We have 4th Street clearance already. We have the certificate of official. And like I said, we started this process, and then since then there's been a lot of transition, and you can see by my presentation material that this is consistent with what's been approved and what's in the area.
But Leo, so help us understand a little bit. I understand the additional space above the garage, but the variances before us are seeking, lot frontage. They're seeking, side yard setback, rear exterior wall. So the variances appear to be a whole lot more than just dealing with the front.
If I can go through the variances themselves, because if you look at the variances, number 5, 6, and 7 is what's been approved at the TLAB, and number 1. 5, 6, 7, and number 1 have all been approved at TLAB.
Excuse me, sorry. Then if they've been approved, why are they here?
Yeah, exactly.
We're here because we revised our design from a traditional house to a more.
Yeah, hold on just a second. So maybe the drawings are different, but if the variances have already been approved, then you don't need our approval for the variances. So some of these variances you don't need because you've already got them from TLAB.
Yes, but because when you come back to committee, they list them all again. So we are here for basically variance number 2, 3, and 4. Variance number 2, we got approved at TLAB at 42.4%. Now we're asking for 43%, so a little bit more. And we didn't have a main wall variance on the other design. And then this one we're asking for 0.77, which is minor in nature. And number 4, we got approved at 77% floor area, but adding the room above the garage brings us to 86%, which is also consistent with the area. So when we come back to committee, regardless of what was approved, they always relist everything.
Okay, let's just hang on for a moment. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is that the case? I think there's some concern here that we're being asked to approve a whole list of minor variances when really just 2, 3, and 4 are the ones that need attention, and they appear to be fairly minor. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, these variances are listed on the zoning review. These variances that are before us are listed on the zoning review. Right? So this is what the building division has requested for the committee to review and consider.
Okay. Panel, do you have to get that? So we do need to deal with the entire list of variances. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
So, Chair, can Leo just, sorry for making you do this, but can you just go through and tell us which ones that we actually need to pay attention to?
2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Yes. 2, 3, and 4 are the variances. But again, we did get approved. And number 2, we got approved at 42.4%. And now we're asking for 43.6. So it's very minor in nature. Number 3, we never had a main wall issue. Now we have a small variance for 0.77. And number 4, we were approved at 77%. And now we're asking for 86%, which is also consistent with what's been approved in the area. And I have decisions as well that were attached to my presentation material. If you go to page 6.
Sorry to interrupt again. The larger question is, we got to make sure we don't mess this up. Can you clarify that variances number 1, 5, 6, and 7, as worded on this piece of on the notice that's on the screen, that they're word for word what TLAB approved? Because my concern is, if we have, for instance, 5, let's say we approve 5 and and the wording is different than what TLAB approved. I have no idea.
It should be all approved as it says here in the notice. There shouldn't be any changes. I'm telling you what was approved at TLAB, but it's very similar in nature. But we have to approve what was submitted from zoning. We had a zoning review done. So this is what's been submitted from the zoning review. So this is what needs to be approved. If we're going to approve it, all 7 need to be approved as written in the public notice.
Well, the committee obviously is, all of this gets lost as time goes by, and the committee, as the committee understands that we are approving this full set of variances, it's clear to us that the entire list of however many variances it is what we are being asked to approve. So that's how we have to look at it. Ms. Chan.
Yes, I agree with that. And I just try to point out that the TLAB approval is always tied to that specific appeal. And though whatever they approve is almost irrelevant now. If they go, the applicant is showing what's been approved is that to make it easier for us to evaluate what he's asking is more or less what TLAB have approved. So what is in front of us is what we should look at is this application.
Okay. Other questions, panel? This is a little bit thick. nothing, any further questions, let's then take the application into committee for discussion. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, given the explanation, what they have tried to change, I think that consider the massing and everything is more or less what's been proved previously. I really do not have any problem with that, and some of these changes are quite minor, like the number 3, for example.
Right.
And but by increasing some GFA, but not increasing the massing of the building, I think that it's good, and I can support this application, both of these applications.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with Ms. Chen on the salient points with regard to the variances. The only other concern I had was with the rear deck that comes out. I'm not sure if there's any overlook on adjacent properties because it's elevated, and presumably the other application, which would be 99 Yardley, these decks would presumably be adjacent to each other or pretty close to each other, and then they'd have neighbors on either side, on one side or the other. So I'm not sure if they need some form of screening or a raised railing so that there's a degree of privacy for neighbors.
You can ask the applicant whether he agreed to privacy screen. Yeah, please.
Sorry, this is just on the first floor, right?
It's on the first floor. At the rear, there's that deck, and the deck is
raised above ground, a substantial bit.
It's a fairly substantial height. It shows it at ground floor level, but because it's above grade, probably about 6 feet above grade, the deck starts, or a little bit higher than that, actually.
And so, panel, you can see
Those on drawing A8. It's an issue we've dealt with before. If you can bring up drawing A8, it shows why Zahir is raising it.
Yeah.
I think it clearly requires screening on the east and the west side, or the east and the west sides.
East and west sides, correct.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we just put that in, or?
Yes. Is anyone ready with a motion? Anyone ready with a motion?
Oh.
Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Go with it, Yem.
Yeah. Okay. So I like to move for approval with privacy screen 1.5 meter above the deck on the both east.
No, you mean 1.8?
No, 1.5.
1.5. Okay. I think you said 5 meters. Pardon me.
Yeah, for both 97 and 99 Yardley Avenue, and that's it. There's no other conditions.
Screening east and west.
East and west sides.
East and west side of the rear deck.
Very good. Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. So it is moved and seconded to approve both applications 16 and 17, which are 97 Yardley and 99 Yardley, as proposed by Ms. Chan. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The two applications are approved as that motion carries. Thank you. And we move on to number 18. 840 Manning Avenue. Here we're looking at the submitted materials. We have a cover letter from the agent November 1st, and there is support, a 9-signature petition from owners and occupants of 836, 838, 842, 844, 846, 849, Manning Ave. So let's have the applicant join us, please.
Hello there. It's Robert Chang. I'm the architect and the applicant for 840 Manning Avenue.
Very good. Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members, any questions for this applicant? I noticed you've done quite extensive consultation.
Yes, we have. Yes.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we just double check to see that we don't have a registered speaker online? Okay. So we did have someone registered, Sarah, but we're not able to reach her. We have made multiple attempts.
Thank you very much.
So we can move on.
I had overlooked that, but
that's okay. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, panel members, if there are no questions, is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I actually thought this was a really good proposal. I thought it was a really attractive design. It fits, I think, while it's modern, it fits quite nicely into the Manning Street fabric, which is quite eclectic to begin with. I thought the variances before us are quite minor. The only one that struck out was the 0% landscaping, but that's the area between the laneway suite and the lane, which I think we all kind of figure that sometimes that's impractical to get there if you have a parking spot underneath the laneway suite. And the laneway suite, for all intents and purposes, as of right. So I think this is the type of structure and that this area is getting a fair amount of. I think it fits in well. I don't think there's any adverse impacts demonstrated by the letters of support by adjacent neighbors. I think it's quite supportable. I'd like to move approval of this application, and I don't think there are any conditions.
I don't think so either. No. I see that seconded by Mr. Byatt.
Larry, would you consider a friendly amendment to tie it to plans? And the reason is, I agree with you. It's quite a handsome structure, but the third floor is set back, which I think is a real asset. And there's some screening provided on one of the balconies, and it's shown on the drawings.
Yeah, I did notice that they had screening in there already, but yeah, for sure, if we want to tie it to plans for the setbacks, that's great.
Okay, so we'll tie to drawings. Mr. Byatt, do you still second?
Yes, I do.
Very good. Okay. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor? Show of hands, and that vote is unanimous. Motion carried. Number 19 is 235 Riverside Drive. We have submitted materials, an arborist report, staff report, urban forestry, and both ravine and natural protection and tree protection and plan review. So 2 reports from urban forestry. There's opposition from 241 Riverside, 233, and 237 in the form of written correspondence. Let's go to the agent and have the agent join us, please.
Hello again, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. Again, it's Addison Milne Price of 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel members, questions for the agent. Just checking with the moderator, we do not have anyone registered as far as I can see. No. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no one going to speak, then I'd like to raise a question that was raised by one of the objectors, and I didn't quite understand it.
Good.
There's a comment somewhere in the opposition that the way in which you're extending the building creates a privacy issue because of the skylight over their bathroom. And as I look at the disposition of the properties, I don't actually see that, so I'm wondering what I'm missing.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
yes.
I believe that the neighbors that reviewed the plans may have misinterpreted the plans just based on their objection letters. I can't imagine where there would be any privacy issues. Regardless, what I can confirm is that all of the windows that are proposed on this structure would be able to have been built without any of the variances. They would be able to have been built on the existing structure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Byatt? Mr. Byatt, you are mute.
Just on the same point, I'm sorry, I'm not belaboring, but I also would find it difficult. This is the driveway between the new addition and presumably the property on the other side. So there seems to be a fair space in between, even if there was a window. So thanks for the explanation. I'm or lack of one, because I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to do a brief presentation, I am able to, or if you would like to just continue with asking specific questions, I'm in your hands.
Thank you very much. I think the panel is quite happy here to go with individual questions. I'm not sure they have any more, panel.
No.
No, I'm not hearing any more, so I think we can actually take the application now into committee and move. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I thought this one was a fairly straightforward, notwithstanding, and I appreciate those who wrote in with concerns. I must admit, I read them thoroughly, and I'm not sure I shared those concerns. These are, I know this stretch of Riverside is large homes, large lots, very large lots with a ravine in the rear. And I think the proposed addition and changes to this structure in no way would have an adverse impact on either of the adjacent neighbors. If you look at the lot fabric and where this line is, where this house is being extended to, it's like a straight line right along the top of the ridge of the ravine. I don't think it's out of place at all. I thought it was a good design, and I think it's quite supportable. And if my colleagues don't have anything further to add, I'm happy to. Oh, Yim, did you want to say something? Oh, you're ready to second.
I think you were seconding your motion.
Yeah.
Wait till I say the motion before you second it.
I'm so anxious to approve that. To second you.
I'd like to move approval of this application subject to forestry conditions number 1 and 2.
Thank you for that. And it is seconded by Ms. Chen. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve subject to forestry. Those in favor, please show hands. That motion's carried, and the application is approved. Number 20 is 83 Harvard. On this application, we have the submitted materials plus correspondence from transportation. Let's have the agent join us.
The agent is on the line, Tatiana Silko from DeNova Design. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Good afternoon to you. You're with us now. Thank you very much. Okay, panel. Presentation here requested or questions? No, I'm not even hearing questions. So is there, agent, anything you would like us to know about your proposal? Any one thing that we should be aware of?
No, I don't have additional information. Everything is shown in the drawings.
Okay, fine. Let's take it into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, go.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very minor and supportable application. It doesn't have any negative implications for neighbors or the community. I'd like to move approval of the application. I would note that transportation supports it, and that was actually the only issue that one might be concerned with, and transportation's fully on side. So I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you. That motion is seconded. Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show your hands. Motion carried by unanimous vote, The application is approved. Number 21 is 164 Hudson Drive. Here we have the submitted materials. There's a supplementary diagram package received November 16. There's a tree site plan from August, a tree inventory from August, staff reports from Urban Forestry, and support in the form of 12 form letters from Welland Avenue, Hudson Drive, Rose Park Drive, and Heath Street East. Agent, please join us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you clearly, yes. State your name,
My
please.
name is Paul Raff. I'm the architect and the applicant. Paul Raff, Studio Architect, 703 Bloor Street West.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members, question, any questions for the applicant or presentation? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on to the applicant, on the site plan drawing A004, there's a driveway at the front, and I was wondering if you have any difficulty with that being permeable pavers.
No, I don't. I'll just add that if the committee would like, I do have some simplified diagrams on file, which make all the variances kind of simple and clear, and explain them if you'd like.
I think we'll stick with the drawings that are part of the package we have been working with. So thank you for that. Any other questions for the applicant panel? I'm not hearing any. Okay, that being the case, let's take this application into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair. I'm happy to take this one. First of all, that was kind of the architect to offer the drawings, but I must admit I made several notes about how helpful the supplementary drawings were that you shared with us. They were very good about in helping us clarify exactly what variances are and how they relate to your proposed dwelling. So thank you for that. I thought it was an excellent design. I think, again, this is a neighborhood which is characterized by large lots, large homes. I didn't, the depth and length are below grade, so I don't think it has an adverse impact. The third story is set back quite nicely. You've clearly spoken to the surrounding neighbors and you have lots of support. I thought it was it will fit in with particularly some of the newer builds in this neighborhood quite well. I think it's quite supportable, and I'm happy to move approval of this application if my colleagues don't have anything further to add. Carl?
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I'm just wondering if you might consider tying it to elevations, because I think I agree with you, it's a really well done building, and I think part of the strength of it is the way in which it's been masked, and that's shown on the elevation drawings.
Very much so. Happy to do that. Carl, you also wanted a condition for permeable pavers for the driveway?
Yeah.
And subject to forestry condition, I believe is number 3.
Yeah.
You're seconding, Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, I am.
Okay, moved and seconded, therefore. To approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. So the motion's carried and the application is so approved. And with that, we complete the first segment of today's agenda. We will recess now and resume at 3:40 p.m. 3:40 p.m. is our resumption time. And hope you can all find a minute to check up on what's happening at FIFA.